most secure storage locations.
Hello, welcome in everybody. Happy Saturday.
And a primary
Hello, Dirge.
Change some rules. What are we doing? What did we change?
Knowing your immurement designations is key.
Oh, I just changed some of the durability things.
Of your work
so our shit doesn't break as fucking fast.
Are generally benign.
How much did you tweak it by?
It was at 1, now it's at 1.5.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure because it gave me a warning saying that we're cheating bozos whenever I joined.
We're cheating bozos?
Yeah, that's what it said. It said, y'all suck.
Crazy. Hi, Oni. Hi, Wolfie. Hi, Nikki. Hi. Daxio. Excuse me, Daxio. Ellie, come on. I'm telling you, as soon as I start stream, she's like, who are you talking to? I actually made enemies spawn more so that now we can get more food.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just curious because I haven't looked at the tweaks. There was something I was gonna say that we should tweak last night, and I couldn't figure. I forgot to say it, and now I can't remember what the fuck it is. Because I was like, oh, I wonder if there's a toggle for this, and then now I can't fucking remember.
Well, if you can think of it, I can let you know.
Okay. Yeah. Potato charm is what I want.
Like, get in your bed, silly girl. Why are you hanging out like that? Oh, yeah. Wait, give me your shit underneath you. Okay. Access the inner Huang. Everybody, how's your weekend going so far? How was your day today? Oh, yeah, I remember what the other thing was. I made the sinks refill faster.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I'm sure at some point, water will make sense.
Yeah. I was trying to think. I was like, there was another one I tweaked, but I can't remember what it was.
Explosive sludge.
I need help.
I already died? Ellie. Gotta stay in your bed, baby girl.
Is there a guy attacking our shit? I'm hearing radio next to me.
Look like it.
I could certainly use a drink.
Oh yeah, your suit's gonna make you thirsty faster, by the way.
Oh, cool, great.
Yeah, I remembered that because I was like, really struggling with that for like 4 hours, and then I reread the description. I was like, oh.
Great.
Yeah.
You can't share your 125. Oh, the modded version of the Twitch app. Is it 125? Yeah, it's right there. Your 125 streak. 125 streams. That's entirely too many streams.
That's impressive.
And I know people have said that before, that so like when I sit like this, sometimes it makes my pillow. I know, it's very funny. It's very funny. Welcome in, Daxio. How are you?
They will not get
I think this guy used to come here.
What guy?
The guy, the evil dude that from the last area.
Oh, I mean, well, does he come here now because we found him before?
I think so. I got no idea.
I don't know either.
He just mauled me, and he's not here anymore.
I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I was playing a couple games this morning, and I was like, man, I'm just in a survival craft mood, but I know that, like, I don't want to start a new one right now. I just want to play.
Yeah, that's where I was at. Like, this is hitting the spot in a way that, like, I think a really unfocused one probably isn't going to for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I thought about, like, Minecraft later, and I'm like, I don't really, like, I kind of like this because I know we have specific things to do.
Yeah, and I, like, was playing Icarus, and I, like, had a specific goal for myself. I was like, that's so far away.
We played the demo, played it right when it first dropped, and then put it down for, like, 2 months.
So, I mean, according to, like, the load file from when I just started the game today, we've got about 20 hours. So...
Yeah, that sounds about right.
We played 1 day in July, and then we haven't played for a month until we played Thursday yesterday, and then we're playing today. Survival craft games are, like, my favorite.
Yeah, they're cracked to both of us.
They're my favorite. I play quite a lot of them.
That's why you have to start playing RimWorld. You're gonna fucking go insane.
Okay, so I did. I played RimWorld for like 2 hours today or whatever, and all 3 of my colonies like immediately died. And I'm like, you guys are dumb as fuck. Like, you don't do anything you're told to do.
That is one of the few games, like, if you stream that, like, let me know when you plan on doing that, because I will take the day off to help you learn how to play it.
Really?
I'm not even joking. I love that game that much, and there are a couple odd systems, but even just to sit there and watch, because, like, it's one of those games where, like, you learn how to do something and one, it's satisfying, because you're like, oh, that's a cool system, but, like, also, like, it doesn't do a good job of teaching you
some of the stuff is a little strange, but also, like, they're stupid. Like, for example...
Yeah, the pathing is very bad.
No, like, one of them walked right up to a bear who just, like, smacked it in the face and, like, mauled it, and I was like, oh, okay, like, you just wanted to die, apparently. Like, what the fuck? Yeah,
that can happen. Yeah. They can just go crazy. Wait, what happened to Nikki? I was late to go to my appointment at the spa, and they explained what happened. He says, okay. But Amber's talking about so many horrible things. Oh, no.
Oh, that's so mean.
I would not be going back there, and I would definitely be leaving a Yelp review.
Yeah, same.
that is leave a Yelp review. Never go back there, and have your friends, i.e. us, tell you no. That's fucking awful.
That
fuck
is
them.
Terrible, and fuck them, honestly.
Like,
Valheim
I've never
played
I'm gonna be 100% real with you. I've never worked at a place where somebody. Thank you for the follow, Dax. I've never been working at a place where I've been pissed off to have less work. I've never been like, oh fuck, I gotta do nothing now for an hour. Like,
oh no.
Like my mom was a hairstylist, and hairstylists work on tips. I was a bartender. Like, yeah, you might bitch about not making the money for that day, but anybody who actively is trying to do more work and hate the customer in that regard is the silliest motherfucker. Like, I loved when customers gave me shit not to do. Yeah, complain about less work to do.
Oh, you canceled?
Yeah.
Bet.
You can't. Oh, wait, you mean I get to just dick off on my phone for the next hour? Oh, shucks. Like,
oh,
what?
no.
Makes no sense to me. I've never understood that. Because I've met people like that where, like, because as a bartender and a server, there is a group of people in this world who work in restaurants who both hate serving tables and get mad about everything the table does, including if they leave, where they're like, oh great, now I'm not making any money. And it's like, you hate those people. You don't want to be taking care of them. You shouldn't be in here. You should be somewhere else. You should be working somewhere else.
Yeah, I'll never understand that.
It just doesn't make. It's never made sense to me because I've met a lot of people like that in my life.
Like,
It's
oh
not
yeah,
an
so
uncommon
you
thing.
lost your client for the night. Okay, so like get another client.
You either get another client or like enjoy the time off.
Right.
My hot take. This little guy was just sitting on the grill. This little plump little guy. He's like, "Oh, cook me,
This
please."
little guy. You guys going to be late. They rescheduled.
Yeah, like honestly, it would have been
Because they're
shitty
assholes, they're terrible people.
if they
Nikki.
didn't mock disabled people while they were doing it, right? Like they would have probably sucked. Our refrigerator broken. I don't know how we fixed it.
Shit. Oh,
Which is
the
definitely the kind
hammer,
of thing
right?
we need to hear when we're running out of food. Maybe.
Go chill with the shotgun.
Yeah, like it would be bad behavior if they weren't being rude assholes and like to marginalize people, right? Like that would be annoying as fuck. They make an excellent surgeon person with that skill set. Yeah, most handsome guy she's ever seen. Yeah, wow. Okay, so yeah, you've got a very proud wife, and I'm or you really are all of that and a bag of chips. Maybe you're one way or the other.
Maybe
One way or
you
the
really
other,
are.
someone's really doing the most out here, and you guys sound like you have a good relationship. Somebody thought I was hotter than Idris Elba, I would be considering myself doing pretty good.
Where's this shotgun motherfucker over here? Come here. You are an asshole.
But yeah, no, my sister. It's funny because my sister works in substance abuse counseling. I've said as somebody who used to bartend who streams now, if I went back to school, it would be for some form of counseling. Like I would want to go into that field because as somebody who suffered from addiction issues and like has seen people in those spaces, it's like yeah, everybody's real fucked in the head, and we need to be helping people more.
We do need to be helping people more. That's for sure.
Yeah, and like I can be kind of mean, so if I'm saying that, like it's
We're cooked.
Aw, I don't know if I have 15 years left in me, Dax. Getting hot out here. I think we might see the heat death of the universe soon, buddy.
Amazing, Dax. Good for you.
You're surviving painkillers? Hell yeah, congrats. I'm 4 years from alcohol. That was, like, honestly, I think more than the addiction, the part that I still to this day struggle with more is that the field I spent the most time in was my drug of choice. Like, in an unhealthy way. Because, like, there's a big difference between, like, personally, in my opinion, me growing and smoking cannabis and then me being a drunk who crashed cars. Big difference in my world. But I know that can be controversial.
Is it though?
But like working in alcohol, it sucked because like I basically lost the career I'd worked in, and like a very well-paying one. Like there were years I pulled down like 80K as a bartender. The drink is a natural inclination, yeah. Well, yeah, especially when people take all your crayons, you know. You gotta wash them down with something. Sober bartender is the hardest thing in the world, Woofy. The hardest thing in the world. It's so crazy because I feel like that there are two types of military people I've met in this world. Those that would hear me joke about that and 100% be like, yeah, and then those that'd be like, the fuck's wrong with you, brother?
Brother.
Brother. But like, yeah, sober bartender is fucking like, I don't get. You have to be the morning bartender. There's no way you're closing the night shift, because the hardest part is like, that's all of your your sense of community in that industry is the post shift beer. That's what made it such a beautiful community, is because people genuinely have that social interaction that restaurants are supposed to kind of do for people, is like increasing the amount of like community dinners is like the good side of that, right? Like a place I worked at did monthly ticketed community dinners that were only available if you lived in the area, and it was all like locally sourced shit, like real bougie hipster dumb shit, right? But the flip side of that is that like there's like a good part of food. And like, there's a good part of like that culture. It just becomes really bad because like it's baked in getting people fucked up. You're constantly incentivized to like ratchet up the amount of drinks people have, the amount of money they spend, and shit like that. And that's where it gets like insidious. Does fun things to the psychology of a person.
The Cascade Research Facility is one of the most secure storage locations on the planet, and a primary immurement site for thousands of
Well, yeah, because I don't know if anyone knows this, and this isn't like an advertisement for them, but drugs are really fun.
knowing your immurement designation is key.
Like, this is not, I'm not saying do them. They just objectively are really fun and make things better.
Are generally benign or passive entities, stored for the safety and security.
You know, and people who don't think that's true probably haven't done the right drugs.
How do I get...
Again, not an advertisement for drugs, actually an advertisement against drugs. They're too good at it. Yeah, 10 stars. Don't do it.
My medical discharge and gave me a coming home present. The crayons, he was good, but he was...
Other and I mean... Airport, edible crayons, yeah. Oh my god. Yeah, well, listen. Yeah.
I commend anyone who can.
Was your
yeah,
father
for
a
sure.
different branch or anti-military? Cars are my drugs and video games. Yeah, that honestly, that's what a lot of addiction counseling, in my experience, was finding how to fill the time and replace the other stuff. Right. You eaten today? Yes. Have I drank water? I'll drink some right now. Have I taken my meds? Yes.
Amazing.
Rosa reminds me every morning to take my meds. She is a great friend for that. He was SEAL Team 4, did not want me in a combat zone, yeah. You know, the Marines we made up. Yeah, I think that's one of those, like, really, really hard ones, because as somebody who wanted to go into politics, and had the tendency to ramble and won't subject anyone to that while pink streaming. Politics is a nuanced thing that definitely grows with time and age, and like I said, there's definitely different breeds of military family, so the idea of being put into active combat and like the Marines as a job versus the Marines as being in active combat are two different things. Right, then that had to be scary as fuck, and I'm sure, like, looking back, it's like, yeah, that was... Live in DC. Oh, God! Fuck, man, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're definitely getting enough of it right now. You're out there fucking smacking people down for eating crab. The 3rd Gen Army, you wouldn't know from my family, though. Walter Reed. There's a bunch of military people in my family, but not like, my dad wasn't. I think it's mostly Air Force, though, in my family. First world country on the planet. Yeah. That's crazy. I honestly, like, as somebody who's extremely tuned into politics, my level of respect for you just jumped bounds, because that is a fucking... In this fucking environment? In DC? Holy shit. No, we're not. I don't think. I think it's a meaningless designation at this point. It is more the issue. The designation was born out of, like, I just said I wasn't not gonna do this. Pink hasn't said anything in, like, 5 minutes.
I'm chomping down on a cookie. Go for it.
Okay, well... Oh, first world country thing is just, like a lot of hand-waving and, empire building. If we want to talk about it in that way, right? It's a better and worse kind of placard that we kind of use as justification for in construction are addict. Yeah, a lot of painkiller addiction in construction. Do drugs, yeah. No, that's a big part of it too. And quote unquote normal people who put a stigma on like the medical help that people receive are wild. Because a lot of them are just really, yeah, fucked in the head, and don't realize it. They don't realize that, like, they have a lot of instabilities in their own life that are unhealthy. Committees and stuff, we get a huge layoffs. I also got an almost cease and desist letter about us administrating using our salaries to privately contract people. Yeah, again, I always say I try to steer from politics, and I'm actually of the when I'm doing group stuff. But like, it's hard because I genuinely believe that most people would not advocate directly for hurting veterans. But I also know historically how underserved they already are. And that's just somebody who does not necessarily like what the U.S. military does. I still think that people who serve our country deserve the best care. People who lost their jobs. That's so fucked up. Like, it's so fucked up that, like, they'll put red tape in to keep the humanity out of stuff. Like, it's just, it really does fuck with me. Like, I just... Ugh. Military, yeah. That's so fucking real. Yeah, I got nothing but respect for people, but I'm also somebody who, because I went to the opposite end of it and tried to study politics, know that a lot of it's just a fucking poverty draft so we can fucking get cheap oil. It's like, guys, we could just sort this out. I think we can figure this out. Another way to chop this fucking tree down. But yeah, no, bless you and your work, and I'm not one to fucking for voting in favor. I don't know how anybody who's actively served would think that, like, that's one of the better parts of the military, is the fact that we get young people to do it. Because that's my argument on student loan forgiveness, is like, you wouldn't give a kid a $40,000 and tell them, okay, we'll see you in like 5 years. It's like, bro, that kid's dumb as fuck. If I saw that kid's TikToks, I'd be like, cringe, fucking idiot baby, lol. I mean, like, not really, but, like, you know, you get the sentiment. It's like, they're not, like, we don't treat children like adults in any other regard at 18. Alright, there's some food in there.
I have a couple things I'm gonna cook too. Nice.
Straight out of high school with the intention of dying enlisted, yeah. Yeah, it's like I come from interesting people. So my freshman year of college, my mom went to jail on Mother's Day and my dad went to jail on Father's Day, and I got kicked out of college for a couple months because you can't take papers into prison and have somebody sign them, so I couldn't get the sign off on their tax information.
Oh my gosh.
Because I got audited for their tax information because they're both, like, he was on disability and they're divorced, but, like, it was just like a whole kerfuffle. And, like, so, like, the idea that, like, you put kids in those situations, you're like, hey, the only way you're getting through this is if you eat a bunch of loans.
Yeah.
So you can pay for the housing because your parents are now in jail and you're 18. with like this fantasy of college, because I'm 35, so at the time, like, there's still this delusion that you can somehow work and go to college. So I'm working 50 hours a week while going to college for political science, and I hit a fucking political science that says, here's an equation to determine the value of an individual American citizen, and I dropped out of political science the next day. As I said, I want to die. In Minecraft, educated young people are our future. 100. Yep. Fight fear to protect them. Yep. I 100% agree. Hunt it, keep it, hunt it.
You better hunt it.
I'm just keeping it, hunt it.
Okay, so what we need to make a level 3 hacker is this crystal thing, but we don't have the recipe for it yet. So
What crystal thing?
if you go and you look at the tier 3 keypad hacker in your recipes,
I don't have to tier. Maybe I do. Keep. Okay, I've got the level 1. The quantum glass. The process
Yeah,
of
it says we
securing
don't have this
Australian
recipe yet.
citizenship. I like, so it sucks because my two big percentages are Serbian and Irish. Oh, Austrian. Yeah, I don't know if moving to where the land war with Russia is gonna happen. It's just is a good idea, but you know, Woofy, it never hurts to have a backup. And yeah. No, Dex, I mean, I think that's a beautiful way to look at it. And, like, even as somebody who doesn't have kids and has always, like, thought that education is one of the most important things for, like, a society, is, like, that's, like, that should be, like, stage 1. Like, that is, like, one of the best places to invest. Like, just from, like, a strictly selfish point of view, education is one of the smartest places to invest. Because you can't quantify it, but as a society, we don't get here without stacking education on top of each other.
Today's power and primary illumination in this sector will be ceasing shortly. Have a safe and successful evening.
I'm gonna chop all these guys' arms off. So, my great-grandfather was a World War II prisoner of war. I don't know where he was kept. I would have to track down that info, but he was Serbian, and they let him come here after the war. U.S. passport. Well, so I think a lot of people, well, yeah, one, that's super true, but also, like, actively being able to get a permanent residence in another country has always been, I think, a lot harder than people assume. It's crazy when you learn that, a big portion of, modern border control was, built out of the same, anti-Hispanic, rhetoric. It's where our current system of passports come from, is Operation Slur under Eisenhower.
oh, we can make the security cart hotwire kit now.
Oh, yeah, I saw that. I think we need some more power cells or whatever.
Hmm. Alright. I can go back into the lab. I need to Let's see if I can find this.
Driving passport in the EU. Yeah. So yeah, once you have a European passport, you're Gucci. That's the cool part about Europe. Bonk, 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 bonk.
Bunk, 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 bunk. I just wouldn't pay my taxes.
Well, I mean, that's how I treat medical bills. You don't have to pay them.
They don't exist?
Well, they don't mean, like, whatever. It's, what are they gonna do? Take your legs back from you?
Just call you 100,000 times a day is all.
Yeah, yeah, my phone hasn't been off silent in fucking, like, 10 years. You're not getting me. Sometimes I send them mean messages back, like, I'll give you $20.
Hi, Mark!
They
What
find
the fuck?
you.
How are you?
Yeah. The IRS gets their money. That was probably the cut that always makes the least sense to me, is cutting IRS officers when they literally just print money for the U.S. government.
Sorry.
I mean, like, I know why it happens, but
Where are they hiding the evil?
Wildlife.
good.
Right there, eh?
Oh, yeah.
You don't see me. You don't see me.
Yeah, well, it's hard because, like, everybody's doom and glooming. But if history's taught us anything, it's that countries do survive. Well, people survive, right? So people and systems survive, whether or not we keep the current system of banking in debt. Like, it's actually probably more far-fetched to assume that they won't at some point want the money from us. But, like, fuck it, take it out of my ass. You ain't getting shit. I've been during the U.S., lived here for 5 years, went back to Germany, and got an IRS bill. Yeah, because you still have to pay taxes, right? As long as you vote abroad.
Oh, teleporting. Oh. You teleporting hoe.
Give me your arms, Mr. Guy.
Mr. Sir.
Thank you for your arm. Well, much Wahlberg. Thank you. I needed that.
It takes a second, but it'll do it.
No one tax on the money they lost on his leaving. That's so. Hey man, if we wouldn't have let you leave, we would have made money off of taxing you. Pass us the bag.
Oh, why is it not going?
We will only take this in U.S. currency, thank you. Bullion.
Well, I appreciate that, Mark. I don't know why for some reason. Usually it takes a couple seconds before it does it, but... Oh, it's taking so long. What do you want? Oh. Oh.
This much, yeah. I wish they would have that clear-eyed
They
of
put me in
a
jail.
sense of shit in any other. Oh, did you get put in the jail by the robot?
Yeah.
Yeah, I almost killed him, and then he put me in gay baby jail.
Yeah, he put me in. I don't like being in jail.
Yeah.
I don't like being in jail.
No, it's not a good place.
Alert. There has been a complete containment failure. Please make your way to defense sector
Okay,
by
what's
any
this?
means
Okay.
available. Have an efficient and effective day.
Hey, robot, what are you doing in my house?
Where'd it go? Well, I was going, and then the robot decided to throw me in jail. In prison.
Yeah, committee. So wait, do you, but you get none of the benefits then, right? Right, like you're losing all the.
There it is.
Or do you still get that's 65% off of military pension, everything else. Well, yeah, because it's taxes, right? So it'd be that. Is that considered income? Like, how does that work? I'm sorry if I sound really ignorant to the whole system. No benefits, and if I did pay, okay, so that's even.
Okay, I never got here. Anything? Anything?
Yeah, I feel like you get to do one or the other. You can't continue to tax people and take benefits. Was that you or my game character?
Me. I was shifting my weight, and I went, ugh!
Ugh.
I'm so out of shape.
Well, it depends, you know. There are different shapes. There's lots of shapes.
There's lots of different shapes. Thanks. That's true. That's so true.
I got you, bestie.
There's so many different
Yeah,
shapes.
you just...
Amorphous solid is a shape.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not like they like credit you for that. That's, I mean, that's par for the course. I'm not surprised, but
So where is this tram? Whoa, why? What are you? Why? I was eaten.
oh, you got by Mr. Guy, huh?
Yeah, I don't like it. I did not enjoy that. It was not
No, they fuck you right up.
It was not a fun time.
I don't even know if I was close to killing it.
That was not a fun time. No Morphous goo after Chipotle. Oh, Chipotle. I ate so much today. I don't need more food, but Chipotle sounds so good.
See, I think that's where I'm truly blessed. Otherwise, I would probably struggle more with my weight than I did when I gained like 80 pounds. Is I just don't really care about food.
I love
I don't
food.
have that part of my brain like I will very occasionally be like, I could go for some pizza, but like I don't think I've had an actual like serious food craving like that.
Mm.
Like I feel like I've had one before where I'm like, yeah, I really would love to have this. I need to have this, but I just don't. Yeah, I don't have that same relationship with like food that I think some people have, where they're like, they really enjoy it. Like I don't want to eat bad food. But like I also don't really care. I could eat McChickens every day for the rest of my life, and I probably would be like, I'd be fine with that as long as I didn't impact my health. Oh, that does sound good.
How do you go all the way back now? I've like forgotten.
All the way back to which one?
To like the camp. By the tram. Tramp.
Camp.
The camp tramp, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. You know I don't speak Spanish.
True. Oh, here. Wait, wait, up was... Wait, more up? It's been here, clear. No, stop.
Ooh, I want to do a greenhouse soon. My state legalized cannabis, so I started growing cannabis and was like, wait, I actually like growing plants in general. You mean I can make food? But I fucked up my tomatoes this year, which made me sad.
It's not as easy as Ark made it look. I know, I always think about that, like, whenever I watched, you know, like I really enjoy the show Alone. Every time I watch it, I'm like, I could do this. And I'm like, no, I just play survival craft games and I think I could do it.
Yeah. When our freshman year of college, we went to a branch campus and like of like a larger college, and there was like a big wooded area between the dorms and like smaller college campus, and like probably like 8 of us went into the woods, and we literally just were smoking weed, and we grabbed every stick from the area and made like a full-size dome that we could all sit in that seated 8 out of just like local sticks. Like just like really big ones, and like we dragged over stumps and everything, put in there. It got tore down by the campus police when they found it. Like we kept it tidy, even there was like super environmental fucking nerds. But that's where we would always go out to smoke weed. Called it the Thunderdome. But yeah, it took like 8 of us like 2 fucking days to get like an area you could sit in. It's not like it would even protect you from the rain. It was just like a half shelter almost. Like a thatched roof, like you would make in a video game.
It's almost like they knew our system's weakness.
Grinder. Yeah, that's the problem, is like if you just have a freestanding unit, like a prefab, it wins a motherfucker. No, that sounds lovely. That sounds absolutely lovely. Like my family, my dad was a construction person, and I love to do the wall building. I'm scared of electricity and plumbing, which is kind of a roadblock right now in my own house. I need pick if I knew how to do electricity, I literally have the drywall and insulation to finish a second story of my house, essentially, like a second floor master.
Huh.
And I'm just like, because like electricity, if you fuck up electricity, or you're just done. You're done in so many ways. You fuck it up, burn your house down. You fuck it up, electrocute yourself.
Yeah, yep.
You fuck it up. You fuck it up. Burn your house down 5 years from now. Okay, these need scrapped. I don't think they need to exist. But yeah, I love it. I mean, I think like that's all a lot of humans want is just like a space to call their own, and like the ability to kind of like unimpugned live their life. I think we all kind of want the same thing. Okay, these, yeah, we can break these down for more of the pressure gauge. It's secured to, oh yeah, you have the catio. And you work on a construction site too, so you're like, yeah, I don't even know why I was speaking like I was some sort of authority. That, I mean, we've been getting like near tornado level storms consistently the last 2 summers here. Like it's been, the weather's gotten far worse in my area. Nice house, put a pool in. Oh man. Oh man, that's fun. I am very jealous of the the smoker and dehydration cabinet, because that's having access to jerky now. That's you've got a different kind of wealth, my friend. You can make your own jerky. Man not limited by cost on jerky knows true freedom. Get bashed on. Ouch. Those are my...
Damn, how do you... go further?
Day, 20 hours days. That's crazy. Yeah, I do not miss being able to pull 60, 80-hour weeks. I really don't. Maybe having that amount of energy.
Jersey is so good when made at home. You're right. So true,
Yeah.
Bessie.
Yeah, the jersey we have at the store is terrible. That's how I feel. I look after my elderly grandma and make sure she doesn't like fall down any flights of stairs and like take out the trash and maintain the yard. And I don't want for much. I probably should want for more, but like, we chilling. Without here doing too much.
Okay, so there are zip lines everywhere. How do you get up there?
Okay, biometric arm wraps. Need one more arm and another bot CPU. Oh yeah, and also like you're not gone yet. You can still get to enjoy the dehydrator with the wife. Your fresh dried jersey. Make sure I don't fall down the stairs and trash and stuff. Listen, that's when as Chat gets elderly, you can easily take me on as your watch dirge. It's wild how my perspective on age has changed. Because like, as somebody who wants to be immortal and thinks that outside of like having to get my brain digitized, like that's what I really need going is to see this through to its logical end. I feel like a lot of men just assume they're gonna be dead before they're like 30. Like almost every guy I know is like, yeah, I'm like 50-50 if I live past 30. And I don't know if that's because like I don't know if there's a good reason for that. You know? Oh man, just assume someone's trying to kill them at all the time. Because like I've kind of felt the same way, even as somebody who thinks I would like kind of want to be immortal. The lack of hours in a day, yeah. More shit that you want to do and don't have time for. The biggest thing for, and I've been a huge proponent of this for years, is doing new shit keeps the time from going too fast. The more new experiences you have, the yeah. Yeah, 100%. It's not necessarily about, like, the activity. Like, I would like to go four-wheeling, but I would much rather spend that day outside with my friends doing the activity. Like, it's not about, like, the novelty of, the excitement of the event. Come back here, you little prick. Come on. Come on. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you, little guy.
Alright.
Hey, why is your blood outside your body?
That's fine. So
Is that fine?
we're pretty much to the point where we need to get whatever this thing is to make the crystal. So like, it's got to be in this area somewhere.
I'm kind of doing that. And by that I mean, you know. Oh man. Stay at home with the animal, the garden, and books. I also agree with that, Nikki. I just wish my friends lived closer so I could I want to spend as much of that time doing that stuff and also with friends. And I think that's like a big motivation for me behind streaming a lot of the time. Is like, well, it's a lot of it is just talking and being social with people I enjoy. And I get to talk about my cats and also engage in a hobby that I think keeps my brain active. Very good friend early this year's last living member from my unit other than me. Oh, that's crazy. That is crazy to have a whole group of people pass. And I'm sorry for your loss.
Yeah, same.
I mean, you already said you made it further than you thought you were gonna, so that's a huge W, right? But yeah, I mean, we're all running out of time. People just from day one, and you don't fucking nobody knows how long the clock is. I think we were talking about this yesterday. When I was like, yeah, it doesn't like I could fucking a car could come crashing through this wall right now. Sometimes you gotta I'm sure you know this is like you have to not let that fear paralyze you and that knowledge paralyze you, because that can be insidious. I have an idea. I have such a big way further. So did you guys have like I don't know, like were you guys buy like some like horrible fucking like chemicals that are killing you all off? Like is this like a Captain America situation where like they like put you guys next to a bunch of like failed super soldier serum? Because I know if I've been to Fort Lejeune, I should be suing people for mesothelioma. Is it like one of those deals? I know this is really grim to be laughing about, but I don't really know how to approach such topics otherwise. Because like they do be doing fucked up shit to our troops. This spider is gonna break my brain. Few med injuries, some in the field. Yeah. Oh yeah, the suicide rate's crazy for... I didn't realize that it was that high for Marines specifically. But like... That's... Yeah, I always say that's one of the one of the worst and most insidious things going on is like the treatment of people's mental health in this day and age. So wait, if I wear the lab mask with the rat suit, is that the full... I mean, just judging off of the Marines that I know, I mean, yeah, that tracks. Cat, yeah. Where's the set bonus listed? Okay, no, it's not. That's all I wanted to check. Oh no, I never. My mood is perpetually unfazed. Like I'm a politics hog when I'm not streaming.
There they are.
So yeah, I can't help myself. This is my natural state, is to be like, oh, the world's kind of grim and dark. They try to turn you into Captain America and fuck up, kid. You know, like I'm of the position that like if you can't laugh at the reality, it's not about the failed super soldier projects we were a part of. It's about Captain America and that sweet ass. So I'm gonna see if that dude will take this coffee. I know that might seem psycho mode. Oh, is this a new portal? Oh, it's an old portal. Does this help? This might help. Yeah, quit trying to zap yourself at me. Quit trying to zap. Oh wait, I could jump down there. Anything in the cupboard?
Oh, we're talking about our conversation from last night.
Are we looping right back into that one? That one was actually one of my favorites.
I also liked it.
As a kid. That was like up there with Page Master for me. Peter, Lucy, Edmund, Susan. Okay, now I think we're just saying stuff.
No, he's the poor. She's seeing the Pevensey children from the Narnia books.
Oh, yeah. I never understood why people liked those.
What?
But I just didn't do it for me.
They were super
come
religious,
from like
though.
an atheist. Yeah, I come from an atheist household. I didn't understand why everyone was like, this lion's fucking cool. Like the Jesus allegory, I was like, I don't know, he's a fucking lion. Why didn't this dickhead do something earlier? These people with this ultimate power in this book seem lazy as fuck.
Oh, Indian in the cupboard was your guess. No, it's definitely Narnia. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
Fascinating.
The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
I think the movie was cool because I had all 7 of the books, all 8 of the books for some reason.
Why he did that for a Turkish delight? I know. Sold out his family over Turkish delights.
Alright, the more I spend more time appreciating the ops. So something I found, and I think I learned this mostly in group, is that And I was talking to someone else about this concept. Comparison being the theft of joy. Me and Pink, we were talking about this last night when it comes to talking about other shit. I think about this a lot with shit. And I used to do this with my drinking especially, is I would be like, oh, I remember all these happy times from drinking, right? I mean, like these are like my up times. And at a certain point, I realized just thinking of those as good, even though like my fucking liver was about to shut down as a byproduct of all of them in a row.
This robot is fucking
I like
messed
started.
up.
Oh, that's you. Oh, I thought you were a rat. Oh, you were a rat. See, I woke up one day and was the middle child because my dad had a very young spouse as his second wife. I was like 14 and woke up one day as a second child. And what the fuck? I barely noticed that bitch was pregnant. I don't even know her.
Put my friend down! Put my friend down! Come back! Put my friend down! But he's running.
I wonder if he tries to put both of us in there. If I can, if like when he opens the door to put you in, if I can get out, and then we can just loop.
No,
this.
he just loads in. Like it doesn't. He doesn't open the door. I killed him though, like right as he did it.
Can you open this or no?
No.
Go around.
Yeah, you have to go around. Stupid.
Lame. Lame.
I couldn't. He was booking it though. I couldn't even catch up with him.
Yo, yeah, they're fast.
Okay, so
Corey, weren't you?
I saw this place before, and now I don't know where it is.
Do we have to put these items in here, Pink? By
What
chance?
items and where?
This one right here where it needs the night essence and that root that you've got.
I don't have the root.
The root's in our boxes. You brought it back at some
Oh,
point.
then yeah, if we have them.
I don't know if we have the night essence, but we have this item. I'm pretty
I
sure.
don't think we have the night
snag
essence. Yeah.
Are those books the answer to the devil made them do it or Jesus? Bro, that shit sucks. Like, I see enough people trying to pretend that shit is, like, passable in reality.
Power services for today will be stopping.
It's weird. It's weird the books that I bounced off historically as a kid, because I'm not a Tolkien person, and I never really was able to quantify why until, like, the last couple years. And it's mostly because I think the moral system's too simple.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really where the basis of all my problems come, is like I just don't think it's a book that he wrote in a very difficult adult way that's hard to read today, but was meant to be a story for his kids. Like there were stories he was telling his kids about good and evil, like get out of here.
The Hobbit was the kid story.
The Hobbit was the kid story. Okay, so the continuation, right? Is Lord of the Rings.
So like a
So are those still
prequel.
like, but they're still written in the same like similar voice, like reading level wise, I would say. At least I feel like they are. But I guess like the Hobbit's sillier, right, at its core.
It's the prequel. It's how Bilbo got the ring before Frodo got it.
Yeah. Because I've read The Hobbit and I've read The Fellowship, and I was like, I'm not fucking doing this. I'm like, I don't get it. I didn't get it when it was the sexy elf man, and I don't get it now. I actually like the movie. I like the first and the third movie. I still have never seen the second movie because I fell asleep once watching it.
Of the Hobbits, or?
Yeah, The Hobbit came first. It's mostly seen as a prequel because...
The movies came out the other way.
Yeah. Mark Twain's The Stranger. I didn't know he wrote a book called The Stranger. I always think of Camus when I think of The Stranger. Or Sitting on Your Hand Until It Falls Asleep and Jerking Off is also The Stranger.
Oh.
Wait, you can't tell me you were unfamiliar with that terminology.
No, I know,
Come
but
on.
I didn't know that's where we were gonna go with it.
Well, I had to. You know? If not now, then when? You know, that's what I... That's what I always be saying. Someone's gotta bring the heat. I think when I start saying gross stuff like that, I should just start yelling facts don't care about your feelings after. Thoughts?
Thoughts?
Written first.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Yeah, it's one of those weird ones where, like, I obviously have nothing but respect for fantasy of this genre and how much of it was born out of Tolkien's work. Like, so much shit that I, like, absolutely love, like, even video games. But at the same time, it's like, wow, this could not bounce off of me more.
All
Parts of it I like. Like the mythos is very, very interesting. Like the whole like greater mythos, but the books themselves just don't do it for me. Another mention Mark Twain.
Confused. It's this way?
I feel like I should probably go back and read more of his stuff. I've been bad about reading in like the last like I'd say 2 years. I can't think of a new book that I've read. I've mostly been reading graphic novels. And I think I've listened to like an audiobook or two, because I re-listened to the Abhorrence series by Garth Nix. Which is one of my... Did you ever read the Sabriel books?
No.
Really good. They're about I like smut. I like smut. You know what's funny? The only two people, like you and Duckling are the only people I've ever heard adamantly praise smut, and it's just the personalities of the people who praise it are very funny because like, yeah, fuck yeah, I love that for you. You're both very sweet people. If that's your jam, then that's your fucking jam. Nothing exists save empty space in you. You're but a thought. Yeah, he was cooking with that one. Yeah, merrily, 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 and all that stuff. Hey, Pink, we've never been here, right?
Where?
A big Japanese garden?
I don't fucking know, dude. I'm looking for this crystal.
I don't... well, I might be in this big Japanese garden.
Well, you look
Like, this
there,
is huge.
then.
Like, this is like a, I just walked out to a fucking forest. It's a line from Satan in the book. Satan was cooking. Man knows his science. I want to read it after having seen the movies and engage with some of the media, and I definitely want to watch the older movie because doesn't it have like a bunch of famous actors acting just fucking psychotic?
Wait, did I just find where you are?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what the
Did you
fuck this
find the
is, how we
portal, or
missed
did
it.
you find this?
I walked over here. I didn't get no damn portal.
Yeah, I just found a portal that led me here.
Yeah, I don't know where the hell we are.
This is a place called Tori, apparently.
Maybe I did? I don't know. I don't know. Looks like is it connected or not?
If you walked
Get
here, it's
cascaders.
connected.
I mean, listen, I'm never really sure of what I'm doing. Oh, I mean, I'm probably closer to agnostic, and I feel like most of my friends are spiritual. I'm just not like, I love books, but there's like a book kind of doing some bad shit, and probably an Abrahamic book. Staunch non-believer. My dad was weird. My dad was like Old Testament only. We never went to church. It was just like, I literally think it was just like more of like a shtick for him. God, the agnostics who hate the label. Yeah. I'll believe it when I fucking see it. Give me some more proof, or let me meet with some more people who say they're talking to God, and I'll form an opinion. All right. If I can meet with the Pontificus, and dude could fucking get me a line, and be like, "Hey, bro," he said,
here.
and we're good. Then I'll start believing, right? But like as it stands, where did you go zipping by?
Yeah, it is ziplined. I don't see anything here.
I've always felt like it's weird though, cause like I feel like agnostic just means like you just I've always treated it as I'm taking what I have at face value, and I'm not gonna staunchly try and argue against a god, which I feel like is an atheist responsibility. They're making an argument, I'm just sitting here. But I don't know what the actual like determination is. That's how I've always treated it. I was believer. Oh my, wait, yeah?
Warning.
With your boo, right? Are you dating new people? What's going on?
Detected in office section.
When Floral's back on the market?
Investigation recommended. Critical operations may experience.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of like weird distinction in that space. Because I think a lot of people consider themselves culturally religious. Because a lot of it's a stand-in for other stuff people might have done together. Yeah. Without particular knowledge. No stick. Okay. Yeah. Like lit versus this is lit. Yeah.
What the fuck is this now?
Yeah, I don't think this is where I walked in.
Something is like
Maybe it is. No, this
floating
probably is.
around
Yeah.
in here.
Scientiatura destroyed.
No, I dated my current boyfriend. I think I'm a bad influence too. Okay. No, you guys have been dating for a while. He seems like a sweetheart.
I saw this
yeah,
area
so, like,
before, and now I
so-
can't find it.
Then is there I'm a so agnostic doesn't mean I'm a fence sitting little baby, because I'm just like whatever. I don't give a shit. If there's a greater thing, I can't fathom it in the same way I can't personally wrap my head around nuclear bombs. Like what's my terminology then? Because like I've always just assumed agnostic. Yeah, I just wasn't sure because it's like it's all tarot card reading to me, right? Like I give it all the same amount of credulity, if that makes sense. Where it's like, okay, cool, this is just a thing people understand as it is, but like, yeah, okay, so yeah, that is 100% how I feel. Yeah. Apatheist. Yeah, that's me. That's hella me.
In the containment block.
Bro's got his own shit going on.
Oh, quantum exchanger. Okay, so how the fuck do I get there?
I have a splint.
Access to the inner wing containment blocks to find
Splint
some
dibbles.
Okay.
Jewish agnostic then. Well, see, I think like that's one of those ones where like I think people people consider themselves culturally a religion, especially with Judaism. It's very common because of the diaspora. To avoid offending Charles Darwin's daughter after his death.
Warning.
See, that's one of those, like, yeah, you say people forget. I don't even know if I ever knew that. We're not gonna see, that's why it's muddy, yeah. Culturally Jewish, yeah. Yeah, that's where it gets weird because, like, no one's culturally Amish out there, right? Like, you're Amish or you're not. You flip the light switch. I don't know. It's like, I feel like there are, like, the trad wife phenomenon that's becoming normalized, though, and a lot of, like, the Christian nuclear family that's superseded American culture in a lot of places. It's insidious because people don't realize that they're being exposed to a culture of Christianity constantly. I think a great example of that is Christmas, the holiday.
Miss.
I mean, it's a Christian holiday. I mean, even if it's adapted from pagan stuff, the main ideology and the fight behind it whenever it returns in news cycles and societally is behind Christianity, not the lack thereof. I mean, even there's such a thing as cultural imperialism, which is like how things like Christianity move into Asian areas and stuff like that. Practice of faith, but not believe in it, really. Yeah, I think that, like, I don't think it's necessarily a good culture, but it is a culture. I think that, I think that not looking at it as if it has the same weight and, yeah, like there's... Yeah, like, because it's the actual religious aspect of it. Some of these people, I would say, are so... Like with the mega churches, it becomes almost like capitalism captured. It's not even about the Christianity. It's like, it's about, like, the cultural practices that are laundered through that veil. Like, cultural Christianity would be like, mission trips. In the Philippines, in a country that the Vatican demand divorce. Called a mammon the worship of money in the world. Yeah, like that's crazy in a way where that's like, I feel like American Christians would probably consider themselves the most Christian. I'm just throwing that statement out there because I believe that there's a lot of American Christians who would use the phrase most and best to describe their practice of religion. I think, Wolfie, that you guys are pretty much agreeing, but that's more about, like, the historical, the way that it's not treating the non-practicing Christian because it doesn't have an ethnic tie, right? And that's where it becomes more muddy, because a lot of people don't think they don't tie religious to culture. They tie race to culture, even though culture is more geographic than it is race, right?
Kiss at me, little guy.
Oh man, you were so worried I was gonna talk about, like, cum too much when we shared our chats.
No, I definitely didn't think that was what you were gonna talk about.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the reason why that distinction, I think people need to be more aware of just how the culturally stuff. Yeah. So, like, when you say that, are you referring to more like, like the grifter class? Like, we're talking, like, people like Russell Brand. He gets branded as a rapist, and he gets confirmed in a Christian church and says that he's found Jesus. Like, if you're talking about that person and saying that they're not a Christian, I don't want this. Thank you, though. Okay, that's fine. I'll eat them. I feel like, yeah, that I could see you saying that person's not a Christian because, like, it's not in teaching of that stuff. But, like, as far as Christianity as a culture, talking about it as something that exists, it's more talking about, like, concepts like, it's more about, for a lot of people, it's the rugged American individualism that has been tied into evangelicism. And stuff like that becomes culturally Christian. But it becomes more dangerous because, like, all of the sects operate as one, optically. Right? Like, most people who aren't in the Christian, Catholic, whatever the fuck, Episcopalian, whatever distinctions, they're not really getting to the nitty-gritty and defining, they're not splitting hairs on those Christians, right? In America, at least, I think. I don't know about the Philippines. Because Floral's got, like, a really good perspective here as, like, a heavily Catholic country that's not American. Like, that in my opinion, that's the definition of, like, or that's the proof in the pudding of how cultural religion can be. As you have a country like the Philippines, which, outside of, But, like, so I would say, like, repressed homosexuality is culturally Christian. Like, I think if somebody went to Christian church their whole lives, their view on sexuality would be swayed by, like, the cultural Christian things, and it would be hard to break away from that culture. I think it's the implication that culture so celebrate I feel like I would, but like I, as somebody who's non-religious and would celebrate those holidays with families and friends, or like my friends who are religious, if they wanted me to celebrate, because I'm a non-religious person, if I was asked to like go to an Easter egg hunt with my friends' kids because they're religious and they're doing it because it's a cultural religious practice at this point, like me going there is me engaging with Christian culture, even if I'm not somebody who, like, you know, does that make sense? Like, that's, I think, like, because it's a newer culture, because it's part of, like, the little bit of America's white cultural creation, or whitewashed cultural creation, because, like, I think it goes for most religions. Now, just, I don't think it is as, I don't think me or Dax are trying to say that it is as intrinsic to a person or as important to a person's life as it is with something, like Judaism as a cultural practice. Because, like, that's not the argument that something having a cultural influence and being cultural isn't necessarily saying it's to, like, we're not talking about the degrees here, right? Like, a lot of the dinings of the, like, I feel like the dinings culturally and how their movements are laundered. Laundering stuff through religious lenses, like this recent Steam censorship. Yeah. Yeah, here, hold on. Yeah. So cultural practices is any manifestation of a culture or subculture in regards to traditions or practice of an ethnic or cultural group. So I think, like, because, and this is also why I try to stress this, and I'm sure, and I might be missing the point, missing the mark on saying this, but because America is such a Christian nation, by living in it, you don't realize that there is a broad culture affecting you that you live in and around. Because even what you perceive as the norm is, yeah, like, I mean, like, even, like, the Catholic entombments are a type of, they're a social group. Religious people are a social group. It's a group of people that go to a place and hallucinate about a thing. How is that not a social group any more than, like, people that do acid together? Like, if I saw a bunch of deadheads, I would... That's their culture. It's hippie culture. Also, Whoopi, I hope you don't think I'm being combative or I'm being mean or like I'm mad in any of this. I think this is a very fun discussion. I love stuff like this. And I hope you don't feel like I'm trying to dogpile you or anything else negative. But I think it was an interesting discussion on how we view culture. Yeah, that's how I think of it. It's a demographic, it's a group. Because, and I think part of the issue is, again, that people don't necessarily see the influence of Christianity on American culture. You have to zoom out a little bit. Pink, it's just I fucking hate it here.
Me? No,
Yeah, I'm
good.
I feel awful. I'm like, oh no.
I'm fine. I'm trying to figure this thing out, so I'm Gucci.
Or like, you could see the difference in like
She's doing
the
very
Orthodox
good, Nikki.
Serbians.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah, if you ever here's an outsider situation, yeah. No, that's totally understandable. We all have different backgrounds. I'm an atheist. Dax apparently studied religion and is a religious person, and you said that you're not a particularly religious person, but consider yourself like culturally of an ethnicity that's often tied solely to its religion. I think we all have pretty varied perspectives here. I wish we had a yeah, I don't know. I wish Mike was here today, because he was raised Catholic, I think. That's a crazy flip. That is a crazy flip. Yeah, no, all the Abrahamic religions have the same roots, but I wouldn't claim, I personally, as an a-religious, or as a person who's not religious, I would say that culturally I've been influenced by Christianity, and then to a lesser degree, the other Abrahamic religions. Right, like as an a-religious person. Yeah, but that was like, so that I think is, my dad also had a lot of Jewish friends and liked to make crash Jewish jokes. He's not the best, he's not the best barometer, I guess is what I would say on that, right? But yeah, no, like he actually, you know, like even though he had,
No way.
people are a fucking monolith, right? Like people have all kinds of convoluted beliefs that don't line up.
I'm so fucking pissed.
I'm still trapped over here in this place, walking around with my coffee. No, I'm not saying that they are. He wasn't really religious at all. I mean, he was an ordained, he got ordained as a priest in prison. I think he got his credentials. But my point is that, like, the culture of it doesn't necessarily have to be everything the religion practices. Which, again, is why I point to, like, the megachurch people. Like, yeah, they have some aspects of Christianity because they're reading the same book, and they might aesthetically put themselves in a group of Christians who want the same things. And certain parts of the cultural monolith, the culture isn't a monolith, right? Like, we're not all exactly the same as every other white person, brown person, Asian, Catholic, Christian, Jew, Arabic, Muslim, whatever. It's not the case. But the parts that broadly affect society, I think, are where it becomes cultural. Like, where there's things that last multi-generationally. I think would be a point. I'm trying to think of, like, what a one I would point to with Christians is probably our justice system. That would have God claiming indirectly that pi is 3. So, this is a question I ask, is... There's a broad set of beliefs that represent both religious and cultural things in Judaism. There's different sects, right? Like the Orthodox and stuff like that. But, like, I think it's gonna be hard because culturally that's gonna be something where, like, you very entwined and can identify those cultures. Whereas I think, like, that maybe isn't necessarily the truth for people who have seen more of what they would call Christian culture. Good and bad. Is that death? Yeah, you guys are getting into way too old of information for me. I'm not a book reader. I didn't read any of the books. I only know what y'all are up to based off cultural shit and osmosis. Yeah, that literally all I've learned all of this from arguing with religious people my whole life. You're like, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. So wait, this Jesus guy said rich people were evil. But you guys go to a church with a pretty rich guy taking your money. What about that, huh?
What about that?
What about that? You idiot. You fucking idiot. Yeah, that's my quote. Yeah, that's the one I always be yelling at people. I know enough about that to yell at people. I know how to tell people, you know, hey, I think he would have brought not peace but the sword on your ass. You know, I know how to pull a couple quotes out of my ass, but, like, I don't... You guys start talking about, like, God was fucking sending down diagrams to fucking architects. I'm like, I can't. I don't know. This isn't my field of knowledge anymore. Them across it. No, this is I feel like have an interesting, because I think you're a great way to point to Christianity being a cultural thing. Philippine cultures affect each other. It'll be Philippine culture, bent for Christianity, Christianity the benefit. Yeah. Yeah, and then also, I think people assume culture is immutable, which it's not. Like, that's not a thing. It's weird, because, like, people... I think it's a hard concept to talk about, because, again, I just think Christianity gets de facto accepted a lot of places, and people don't catch... I mean, the same thing could be said about, like, pagan traditions that sneak in, right? Like, in the U.S. Yeah, it's just something that doesn't get talked about because people don't culturally come at the Christians as much. I'm actually saying this from a, in my opinion, like a pro-Jewish angle. Like, I think that Christians deserve more smoke. I'm not saying that them having culture is a good thing, or at least the way the culture has persisted, I guess is a safer way to phrase that. Because again, I don't hate individual Christians or Christianity as a whole. But you Abrahamic religions kind of fuck some people up, you know? Not you. I shouldn't say you, because no one sitting here hopefully did that. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, is if you're going to claim to be something like that, you should be good at it. And if not, then people who are good at it should tell you, like, hey, you're doing evil. Fucking stop it. Because that's not my house, right? Like, that's not my culture. I shouldn't have to be the person, like, interacting with them. I don't understand their life as good. But yeah, Flora, I think that's actually an amazing point, is how the culture bends. Oh, yeah.
The flesh dimension? I absolutely hate that.
Christian witch who is... I'm just gonna read a Skipiscopal as a speciale, because that's what you are, Nikki.
Episcopal.
Return them immediately. Have an efficient and effective evening.
I'm just like, you know how like, Piccolo absorbed Kami, and Kami was all the good parts, and Piccolo was all the evil parts. I feel like, I'm like, I got like that thing going on, but it's like, I got like Charles Bukowski, but all the good parts when I quit drinking. Blood Celtic, Pagan Priestess. Yeah, she's a bad bitch. I bet that Joan D'Arcy was crazy. Shit was definitely stankin' though. From Christianity to Aura Farmer Piccolo, within me there are multitudes. Plural, and if you don't know that by now, if you don't know that on a dime, I will start talking about how I am the... I'm like Kami, but for Charles Bukowski. Yeah. You know? Oh, what? Oh. Oh, damn, outed. You'll need to shit soon. No, Piccolo's the best. I actually said, I gave a hot take yesterday on Blue Sky where I was like, everything Toriyama did after Cell is a waste of his legacy. Yeah, you 100% know. You know that he's gonna do the right thing. Welcome in, Hector. And you know that if someone's name is Dexter, they know they're, or their name is Hector, they know they're Dragon Ball Z. If you know Dax, then I don't have to give you the warning about how we've been talking religion for the last hour, much to my friend's chagrin. But she's locked in, and now I get to just keep yelling and holding her chat hostage.
I am
My
super locked in
organs.
right now.
You're 22, I'm 25 now. Do you like how you didn't age and I said you were 22 yesterday? I'm 25 now. Yeah, you actually you're gonna become auntie as I've been unk the whole time. That's crazy. The reason I live in the US now? Oh hell yeah.
Stop!
At least I remembered a age you've been since I've known you. You know, that's pretty impressive. Wow. I had to drop off all this shit.
I need it to be fucking daytime.
Oh, bro, it just switched.
I know.
So energetic and cringe. Sorry, buddy, I only got raw food for you. What the fuck? There's the crystal monster that I think you
Or is
mentioned.
it just me?
Yeah.
Just wandering around the fucking lobby.
I'm
Oh, you're
freezing.
Oaxen? I used to work with some
It's cold in there?
Oaxens.
Or is it cold in here?
I'm rapidly losing warmth.
I'm probably butchering that. My Spanish is beyond rusty. Oaxaca. Yeah, believe me. Eddie and Raul would have been on my ass.
Oh, it's literally cold storage. Okay.
It's a place in Mexico. The people I knew from there were all fucking just short, surly fucking dudes. One of them fucking was a wannabe bull rider, but they were great dudes.
Stop!
They were fucking great dudes.
Assistance! Anyone?
Hector's a beefy boy. Bro, every one of them boys was fucking thicker than a fucking Snickers, bro. Every one of them fucking built like a shit brick house. Nueva Filipina? Did they think it was the Philippines at one point? It's so funny how many names in America are just people fucking thought they were somewhere else. Hey, this Germany? I thought I was in Idaho. Oh wait, so wait, were you guys trying to take over Texas at one point, or were you guys? Oh, because of the Spanish. Wow, yeah. Yeah, well, cause like I can't put any of that fucking evil on you guys. You know? The Philippines didn't just decide to go fuck up people on their own. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, I appreciate that, Dax. I just met him today, we just been shooting the shit.
No, you son of a bitch.
Where are you at?
I was just about to find something. You have been talking, and I've just been doing
You've been
shit.
so busy?
Yeah,
so
I
busy.
found like so many new different ways to go and stuff.
Yeah? Envoys Discord, okay. Speaking of Envoy, we gotta do some, lockdown.
Yeah.
I just fucking, we're all miserable people to corral.
It's just, it's so hard to get a group of people at the same time of all available. Like, it really is so dumb how hard it is to get people together.
Well, yeah, it's the amount of people, and it's the day of the week. Cause like, there's like, then that's with like 3 of us being like, whatever day's fine.
He is indeed a great man.
Yeah, I fuck with Envoy, and I would not have known them without Pink, so. So wait, no, that actually, hold on. So this means that not only did the grossness initially come from your chat, the politics talk initially came from your chat. That's 2 for me, Pink. Hell yeah.
Oh my god, whatever.
Oh, that's funny as fuck, dog.
They don't normally have these types of
Chicks
conversations.
will behave till I let them go rabid.
Ellie?
Yeah, it's because Danzig's actually been very busy and hasn't been here to talk politics. He would have been all up in this from the Catholic angle. Hector, thank you for following.
Oh, thank you for the follow as well.
Yeah, send him some love if you can on Discord, Floral. His kitty's going through it. So send him some hugs.
Such.
We love Robert, and very rough.
This one guy is like super strong person.
Pink's great. We're all roughly the same speed.
He's okay.
Weird mix of gross and angry. Sometimes funny.
Sometimes funny.
Sometimes funny. I don't know. I was on one for a while yesterday. I'm running all the way up until when I ran you over with that fucking forklift. What happened? Robert got diagnosed with kidney bone cancer.
A piece of reluctant poetry from your
And they found it out by him dislocating his own jaw eating.
Oh my gosh.
Dr. Pepsi
Yeah.
speculates they are interconnected in some fashion. A hive mind, perhaps?
And one person in their friend group played a game at Dax. Aw, man. I always say, for every fucking horror story of the internet, there's 100 people that have become friends. Yeah. Yeah, he's a good boy. We send all the love to him. He's got his mom visiting him now, and he's got family in the area, but we're hoping for the best. But anyone send any love and hugs your way? Yeah, better Danzig on Discord. You know, the best people I know, disrespect his hard hat. Oh man, he's been nothing but sweet to me. But like you, like if you're not, I have pretty firm rules. If you're not like punching down and being a dick, I don't give a shit at all.
Or is it just me?
At all. You talk all the shit you want on me, each other, within reason. Gucci. What the fuck are the bubbles? Why am I bubbling? That's what we've been talking about for the last, yeah, like couple hours. Cause Dax gave me the term for what I am. I'm whatever. Oh yeah, no, Mike, you missed a hell of a religious conversation. Apathist, yeah. Oh, my dude's about to shit his pants. You guys back to base. I don't know what I'm doing with my life. I need to reset.
Where the fuck is that coming from? Just have lasers everywhere. This is new.
Why am I breathing bubbles? Is that like an anomaly thing?
I like don't have any weapons left.
Where'd you go? Oh, what? You broke my leg? My leg was already broken. Fuck you. It's about even. Reason out the death threat that was reporting a charity LGBTQ. Took a punch to the face. No, when he said he was fucking working in the VA in DC, I was like, this dude's a fucking real one. Because DC alone, I'm a political person. I'm not blind to what's happening in DC right now. The militarized fucking zone. And funds are getting cut so they can make everyone's day-to-day life more miserable. Like, that shit's wild. And it seems like Dax is definitely a real one and standing up for good shit. Nothing but respect and love, for real.
I just finally
We
found
had
I needed backup.
the initial conversation actually was having respect for people in the military, but not necessarily always agreeing with, well, in my case, ever agreeing with American military intervention.
Come on, I finally found where I needed to go, you son of a bitch.
Okay, that means you can take me back there with you.
Oh yeah, totally.
Hee
Totally.
No medical items. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
No, it's fine. I can take you. I can take you.
Crafting up healing stuff. Do you need any?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think about that all the time. Is the people who are actively on the front lines right now, still being civil, are doing a lot. They're doing a lot because we've hit well past a point of civility, bipartisanly in this country for a very long time. Shit's not right. Shit is not right, and I'm not happy about it. 6 of this item already. Split stack. Drop items. Those are on the floor for you. Take this for my leg. Is it the sponge? It might be the sponge that's making me blue. I swear it wasn't. Like, I didn't notice it before. I should probably make sure my guy goes to shit. It's necessary when it's not. The magnet I'm going to treasure for. Are you kidding me? Not worth it. No. Absolutely not. That's. I mean, thank you again for standing up and like the fucking hearings and shit and doing that stuff. Like that's. The calculus shouldn't have to be made, right? Like, you shouldn't have to get punched in the face over supporting the right thing, but... Yeah. Yeah, caring for your neighbor, I think, as far as I know, is supposed to be, like, one of the more important things, right? Never safe bar it, use love. We were talking about the hate is a 4-letter word, American program.
Storage locations on the planet.
Yeah, I need it. This shirt has the worst pit stains ever. It's...
Understanding the importance.
I like every time I put it on, I'm like, this is gonna be fucking miserable. I don't know if it's because it's cotton. Like, it's one of the comfier shirts I own. But anytime I wear it, as soon as I go to stretch or something, I'm like, oh fuck, this is that
This
shirt,
is
isn't it?
nasty.
It's the nasty shirt, isn't it?
It's nasty.
Oh, you nasty. Okay.
Literally everything I have is broken, but I'm so far.
Why'd you do that?
Because I've been fighting for my fucking life over here.
I've been fighting for my life since day fucking one.
I'm fighting for my fucking life over here.
If we got any upgrades. Get some big sleep. I'm gonna hit the bone. It's crazy that our ad breaks are actually lined up. Very nice. Or is that mine saying that your ad break's over? Now I'm confused. Oh no. They look like they're lined up pretty close. I just thought it was interesting to see that they were lined up. Oh yeah, Floral. Oh, by the way, did you see those I want the Filipino angle because you're our big news reporter friend. Did you see that bust in Japan? The cannabis bust in Japan? Like 3 guys from You Got Met a Foul End. Mm-hmm. Did you like that? Did you like the funny joke they made about you dying?
Where are you?
I'm at their base.
Which one? The hell base or the one by the monorail?
By the monorail, but I'm heading towards the inner wing. I kind of forgot how to get there. I'm going through the process you went through.
Yeah, that's the problem. I really don't want to have to go all the way back.
Okay, stay there. I'll go figure it out. Cause I'm basically collecting resources anyways. I'm trying to get us enough arms so that we can use the higher quality weapons.
Well, we also I need stuff. I need help. I need weapons. Like everything is broken, and I just everything just keeps respawning.
Can you make a repair thing?
I need to make a crafting bench to make a repair thing.
So you're further ahead than our crafting bench, is what you're
Correct.
saying. You're like beyond that. Okay.
Correct.
Well, once I get to that crafting bench, we'll have a little talk then and see what our plan is. Because right now I've got 2 melee weapons. I can give you a melee weapon.
I can get over to that
there.
crafting bench relatively easy-ish.
Oolong the Third. That Lupin the Third reference, I assume, along with Oolong being either the T or the Dragon Ball Z character. Our little metamorphosizing little creep. Damn, bringing in everybody today. I appreciate you guys coming on in. It's nice to meet y'all.
Howdy.
Dragon Ball and Lupin. I like that you say Dragon Ball because I again, this is a hot take. I think that Dragon Ball and Z up till Cell is great, and then I actually don't like the end of Z. I like GT better than Super.
Objects and organisms.
I think Super does a little bit of character assassination to Goku that I'm not fond of. Although Goku, yeah, all right, yeah, no, we're straight, yeah, 100%. I think Dragon Ball is a better story. I think it has better morals. I think Goku is a better character. Which is a wild thing to say about Dragon Ball, but there's literally it became almost senseless violence after a certain point. There's no greater anything. You want to watch Gumball? And I was like, sure, babe, anything you want. At some point he starts explaining, I'm like, dude, I know Gumball. I've watched every episode. My friend loves it. He just deflated. Have half a mind to restart and act like I've never heard of Gumball. That's sad. But why don't you guys check out maybe some other irreverent but fun kid shows Original Run of Teen Titans, Flapjack. The Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack's really good. Adventure Time. I like GT Vegeta because it speaks to the greater conflict, but Vegeta and Super I think is one of the best parts of Super. Is making Vegeta into somehow the likable good guy character who has sense. And it cements Vegeta as one of the only characters to truly experience growth in the series. Yeah. I'm trying to think of something that would be I don't know. Yeah, I think I can agree on that. I think Vegeta's the best written. I would say the androids had the propensity to be, but they again, that's another one where Super is just oh, okay. I think Gohan just makes a lot of sense all the time, and he like almost makes too much sense. And it like looks really funny because the rest of the series, every other character's like motivations are like kind of shit. And he's like, well, I mean, I do have to do this, but like this isn't really the lot I want in life. I do love the fights from the Boo Saga. Like that, as much as I shit on the Boo Saga, I love the fights, and I love Boo's design, and I love Kid Boo. I love the fusion dance. It's just symptomatic of what was wrong with Toriyama's writing. Vegeta versus Fat Boo. I'm a big Hercule fan. Even though he's Italian, he's okay with me. He's a little rich and Italian for my taste, but Hercule, pretty funny guy. Also a good amount of character growth. Thought Frieza, yeah. I think Cell is where it's like, he definitely was like, okay, this is it, right?
This robot.
Which is just... Is it the punch bot?
He's just so aggro to me. He has followed me for so long.
He's so obsessed with me. Fucking stop. Piccolo, you call him Uncle Piccolo? That's so good. He is, like, he's straight on. Oh, this is where it is, okay.
Bro is still following me.
Oh my gosh.
I don't think he can get up here, though.
Mains Piccolo in every DBZ game. That's great. I love that. I usually fuck with the Namekians heavy. I mean, like, I feel like that every variation of the super strong alien race, just another hot take because I am a DBZ fan, is done better by like Superman than Invincible. That's a real hot take, and I don't even like Superman. It's just that's how boring I think the Saiyans became as a race. They just never fleshed it. That's a big part of my problem with the Dragon Ball series. Is like he kept adding concepts instead of refining concepts. When like there's so much shit there where it's like, yeah, I'd love to know more about this. Like I would love to have like Game of Thrones, but Dragon Ball Z explaining like how the Frieza family's like lines of succession worked and what the fuck they are. Not a man who's forgot he's a god who wants to be a man. Yeah, 100. That's it. He's trying to find humanity and like be a person, and like the issue with Goku is like he was almost a eccentric hermit himself, right? Like his grandpa was separated from society, Master Roshi separated from society. Like he never actually just doing whatever you want. If you were Superman, I feel like the hardest part of being Superman would be knowing shit's going on and needing a break. Tien, I fuck with yeah, Team 4-star Tien's pretty good. Flashbacks. Yeah, I mean, a man puts his life on the line every time he fights. And that's Tien. That man does not put anything less than his life on the line every fight.
I'm just trying to help get us out of here.
Are you Douglas? I'm Douglas.
Are you in a place where I can just reload my game really quick?
Yeah. Pink's gonna do cheaties.
I am.
What are you doing? Turning the spawns back down?
No, I'm not turning the spawns back down. I think one of the settings, I think I did it backwards. Like,
Repair the damage thing?
No, I think the enemy aggro distance, I think I did it backwards. I think I made it super short, and that's why that robot followed me, like, literally for like 7 minutes. So I think I have to do it the other way. Enemy detection speed. The multiplier will determine... Okay. If set above 1... If set above 1, enemies will detect players faster than... No, so that was right. I turned it down to half. So why are they like...
No, you just got you just got your ass beat.
But why... Like, he followed me so far.
You smell. You smell like a foot. He's got a robot nose, and he said you smell like a foot.
I guess so.
He said you are gross.
I
will murder you.
No.
Papers.
Oh my gosh. I am turning that shit on though for cheats for sure.
What are you doing over here, cheaties?
Huh?
Can I at least know what you're doing?
Oh, I was gonna do keep all items when we die.
Oh yeah, that's whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I haven't even died today. Like yesterday, that would have been helpful.
Well, I died 700
today.
times trying to progress, bro. Like I was like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, that's
Because like every time I would walk into a room, they'd all run up to me. Like I was like, I feel like that's definitely not how it was the other day, but I guess it's just getting harder and I just suck.
Yeah, I mean I think that is true. There's more human enemies and more animals in places. Well, no, I was agreeing with the second point, you fickle bitch.
It was just the timing of the...
I will kill you with my hands!
In Minecraft.
Yeah. See, that's what real fake anger sounds like.
Finger.
Okay, jot that down.
Finger.
Finger. Are you gonna play Fear and Hunger for October this year?
What the hell is that?
Oh no, never mind. I didn't say that to you. You probably. No, I don't know. I don't know. Nobody but her can have me. Fear and Hunger. Yeah, of course you like Fear and Hunger, Floral. My little chuny. My little 14-year-old boy. Would I play it? I've already played it. I just played it off stream. I would play it on stream. I just don't feel like downloading the censorship patch. I think I'll probably play the sequel on stream this year. But I don't think it's I think the cocks are not as prevalent.
This sector will be powered down momentarily. If you have not already evacuated the facility, consider this your top priority.
Rock honest.
Where did I come back to? Oh yeah, that's what I came back to. Who is? I don't understand the phone call, like the ringing, the phone ringing that I hear all the time in this game. I'm like, who is that? Why?
You know that's me, right?
Your phone is ringing?
No. If you hit B, it pulls up the emote thing, and if it take it to the right, it does a pager.
Why are you doing that?
Because B is right above where, like, my thumb sitting on spacebar also sits on B, so sometimes I hit it, and
Right,
like
your
that's
thumb
why
goes
if you ever see me
forward.
build something, I also accidentally hit B a lot, and I accidentally emote all the time.
We are getting closer.
But you can't see that because we're playing together. But you probably, but most of the time it just looks like I'm emoting on purpose because I have a big brain and I'm a good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wow, this is a good time to emote. Your stalker is calling. Answer it. That's why you get killed. Yeah, true. You probably should be answering that phone call, huh? Maybe I would have came. Maybe I would have came to help. You didn't answer my phone calls.
Well, I hate it. This whole time I've been like I don't understand what this is.
I'm so glad it took you so long to ask. Because I wasn't sure if you were hearing it.
I was hearing it, and I'm just like, I don't understand. I just didn't get it, you know? I just didn't get it.
Okay, that's the... Nighttime Pink, your faves these.
Yeah, it's fine.
Safety and security demand we take our primary power.
Let's go back to our old base.
Hello, City Morgue. You kill him, we grill him. I have a United Manure Movers Union shirt. Definitely one of my favesies. God, what was that terrible shirt store that used to sell graphic tees for like $7? Like Stephen Barry's? Did I hallucinate that?
Stephen Barry's
We're gonna
was
say Stephen-
absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, and everything was super
Yeah, that-
cheap.
Yeah, and it was all, but it was like all graphic tees.
No, they had jeans
Like every
and
shirt.
clothing and stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, they did have jeans. That is true.
I had a bunch of Stephen Barry jeans because they were actually like super comfortable and everything was like cheap. Everything was the
Yeah,
same
I think
amount.
their jeans. Well, I think I would get taken there for back to school shopping. I'd always be pissed because I hated graphic tees, but their jeans were fine. Guys' jeans are a crapshoot because like they're usually higher quality material but uglier cuts. In my opinion, we get pockets. Oh, blue raspberry ring pop, best ring pop. I fuck with green apple too, and cherry, but blue ras is my fave.
Huh?
Oh, that motherfucker's here somewhere. I hear him.
Anything for you, my blue raspberry. Aww. It's been a great experience. Oh, thank you for the biddies, Dax. Yeah, I mean, this is about the speed we keep it here. I am just
Keep it 100.
keep it 100, yeah. 100 is honestly one of my favorite pieces of modern slang, TBH. And I say that as somebody who says TBH, you know, out loud. Somebody's on Twitch, murdering the Alex streaming to his bro,
Oh,
Mary
Dax, thank you so
Rises.
much.
Oh.
Thank you. You did not have to do that. Thank you very much.
Total experience. Well, yeah. You know. Yeah, I'm most appreciative that we were able to loop back into Pink, being the one who made this get all political.
I didn't do that.
Yes, you foster these kind of conversations, Pinxel. What can I say?
I allow people to talk about what they
We come
want to
from your
talk
house.
about here. But like, as somebody who is self-admittedly like a little ignorant on like these topics, I don't actively bring them on because I can't participate in them. But you guys can
Well,
chat.
I
I'm not
think
upset about
a lot
it
of it-
whatsoever.
a lot of it just breaks down to like, I don't know, asking questions or just using your morality, I think, because like people just to go make her say it. Don't fall down the stairs. Listen, that's what I'm here for. Whenever I'll be the last one we put in the streamer old folks home, and I'll make sure everyone gets their meds. Actually, I think that this is my life goal, I guess. Yeah, like when Floro came to America and had to ask me what cultural appropriation was because somebody accused her of appropriating Chinese culture, and I had to explain that they were the worst kind of liberal.
Some people also say like that everything's appropriation when it's not.
People say the wildest shit because dividing people is a tactic that union busters use. And that is the you have actor. It's very it's a like, listen, I know what my skin tone is. I know that I don't like, I ain't got a lot of culture to go to bat for, but like, I don't know, it's very silly sometimes.
I've got accused of it because my aunt is from she's, I almost said import, oh my god, she's from Mexico. She ended up marrying my uncle and now she's a citizen, and so I have a lot of Mexican stuff that my aunt has given me over the years, and like I've actually been like, somebody saw something in like the background of like an Instagram picture and was like, are you like appropriating like Hispanic culture?
God.
And I was like, no, that's like actually from Mexico, from my aunt. Like, chill the fuck out.
Yeah, that's like, it's a very American thing because I don't know. There's like, yes, it can be done. I'm not gonna say that like cultural appropriation does not exist. It's just it's very rarely done with malice. And it's very, very rarely done to be like, I feel like genuine theft. And when it is, it's whenever like, it's like whenever big companies and celebrities try to do pandering bullshit. Yeah, like it's usually whenever people are using an identity to launder to make some money or do some evil shit, is my hot take. Oh yeah, like my unnecessary fucking fro pick my fucking homie gave me from the kitchen one day because he had a spare and he said that my beard needed combed out is like one of my most fucking treasured possessions. It's got the fucking black power fist with the fucking spikes, and I'm like, this is badass. Alright, that was a gift from the fucking homie. Like, we lived together for a minute. I'm like, if somebody saw that, they'd probably be so fucking confused. Like, why do you own this fro pick?
Yeah.
Like, they'd be like, what? This has to be, like, this is a bit, right? Like, you're fucking glow in the dark, bro. No, the homie gave it to me. He was helping out. I had some shit in my, you know.
And also, sometimes you're not appropriating. Sometimes you're just appreciating.
When sometimes also people, like Aquafina, the Asian lady who talked in the fake black voice, right? Or the fake urban voice, whatever you want to call it. It's like, it's worse if she's, like, it's one thing if you live in a city and like those are the homies, right? Like, you're talking like the homies. There's the complete another difference if you are just a garden variety regular rich girl and you're like, yeah, this is how I talk. You went to private school, baby girl. No, you don't talk like that. Ray regularly from Nigeria, he stepped to defend her friend Dre, who's Russian, during our meetup. White kid about wearing an African necklace. Yeah, but that's the negative attitude, right? Is like, the worst part is too is like, holy shit. Got some shit going on down here. Like, I don't genuinely believe it doesn't initially come from a place of malice, but the kind of people that are gonna try and make it an argument or not a place where you can both begin to understand each other's positions on stuff. Because it's part of the like instantaneous I have to be right, you have to be wrong culture that we've kind of bred. It's like internet, everything has to be instant. Yeah, Dax, I 100% agree, because I also think that like people allow these like separatist ideas to ferment, where it's like your community and your society is as big as the amount of people you're willing to protect and care for in it. And that includes every part of that society. And now that, like, yeah. Pamgan?
Hmm?
I'm trying to say the name of the city. I'm trying to remember if I remember. I think it's like Campamgan? Campangan? Pampangan. Damn, fuck, god damn it. Never. Campangan is the... Okay. You're doing great. Thank you. Did they get her father triple immigrant from Egypt to Somalia to make it Bahamas? Jesus Christ.
Puerto Rico, Costa Rica. Wow.
That's crazy. Me just yeah, I'm just Serbian and Irish. I'm like we were less favorable back in the day, but like we're just like regular old whites now.
Cultural appreciation vibes are strong as we celebrate diversity. I love AI.
Right in my heart. Yeah. Their stomach just dig out their intestines. Yeah, that's true. It's a lot quicker than cooking for them. Very true, plural.
That's what I've heard too.
Yeah, moida.
No, not quite murder, but you know, just straight from, you know, the easiest access point.
Yeah. Yeah, we kill people. This is a joke.
Is it?
Is it? It makes me want to play the Trevor Moore bit. Have you ever seen that? The one that had to go to the Supreme Court, where it's like, and I can't say that you should set up the trebuchet on the tower of this building because it'll let you see right into the president's window.
Yes, I've seen that. I loved. Oh, Trevor Moore was a treasure. Treasure Moore.
You know that one. I know you're not a horror person like I am, but you know that the guy who's putting out all those great horror movies is one of the whitest kids you know, and there's like there's a pile of Trevor references into the most recent movie, Weapons, I think it is.
Oh, I've heard of Weapons, but I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, so apparently that's one of the whitest kids you know, and he also did Barbarian. He also did Barbarian, which was Justin Long and a bunch of other people. But yeah, so they do the 12 hot dogs thing. Like, he just has a plate with 12 hot dogs and just sets it down like no other contact. I'm just like, oh man, I really wish local sex pot Trevor Moore was still here with us. He didn't get drunk and fall off that balcony. Irish built the USA. Yeah, Dax. That is one I mean, like, yeah, it's one of those things where, like, I don't get to take claim for that at this point. Like, whatever. But yeah, like being Slavic Irish, like, my family's, like, I never know what to call it, because my dad's dad's from Serbia. Right? Like, he was born there, but then, like, my grandma's side's, like, a little bit later. So I'm like, I don't know if I'm first generation, second generation, or what. But yeah, so, like, culturally, I was never close to any of that stuff, but, like, looking back, I'm just like, wait. I mean, people just beat the brakes off of all of us all the time? And, like, you guys are, like, kind of being kind of shitty. You can't take me to the jail. I don't want to go to gay baby jail again. You got to meet him? That's so great. Yeah, I heard I've never heard anything but like good things, and like that he was like a really fucking funny dude. Laurel's one of our chat. Well, was one of our chat babies. She's like 25 now. Best anime soundtrack, and you can't change my mind. Gay baby grow into a gay adult. Yeah. I tell my cats all the time. I think that there's a lot of people in this world who've been disappointed by my straightness, you know?
Okay.
Well, I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I'm not really doing anything for anybody now. I'm basically just celibate by being straight. At least if I was fucking dudes, like, might get some play. Someone might get something out of it. Yeah, but Tyler's not, like... He's not here. Like you're here for. Oh, you're the homie. Not that he's not the homie, but, like, you're the homie. Like, you're here all the time. Like, in that 3 years, you haven't missed wishing me a happy birthday once.
Aww.
When you talk about, like, your trips around, like your country and, like, coming here and shit like that. Like, I know Tyler, but I don't know him necessarily like that. Service, he's a super cool guy, very sweet, very complimentary, acted like he wasn't anyone important the whole time. I feel like all of the, whitest kids you know essentially got skipped for the amount of fame they should have had. I think one of them just did Davi's World, or maybe it was one. I think it was one of the birthday boys. Actually, I take that back. Hi, yelling baby kitty. You should go open your window. Everyone say hi. Mary's at our meetup. Yeah. Yeah. Which is funny because any one of them would probably say the opposite today. The guy lives on the wall for a happy birthday? No. No. Okay, so here, Flora, let me level at you from somebody who's had some weird things happen in their life. 1 year on my birthday, this girl I used to bang when the bar closed because she was the bartender and I was 19 and she was serving me underage, knew it was my birthday, but like we didn't talk like all that. I just banged her after bar closed and like I was a friend of her friends, like I'd sleep on her couch. Never bothered to text me about anything outside of this, like trying to start a relationship. Bitch leaves muffins on my porch with no note. Like it just says Justin and it's a box of muffins. Doesn't message me about them, so I posted a picture of the muffins on my Facebook. Like that was like again, I was like 19 at the time. I was like, who the these muffins are fucking poison. What kind of fucking psycho just leaves muffins on someone's porch? And it really upset her. Now that I would consider a little bit more psychotic than wishing somebody a happy birthday. And that was very well meaning, and I still thought it was weird. Paris Island, is that a military thing? Well, as long as you didn't feel mad enough not to talk to me after I called it weird on Facebook, we'd you know, different situation. Because, you know, I probably, you know, cooler heads would have prevailed.
Just been like, it was me, and now you're never getting muffins again. Like,
yeah,
you know,
right? Like, I've been like, oh damn, like, yeah, like we were already smashing and shit. Like, we were cool. She just hadn't like really like approached anything outside of that. So it was like a really weird, like, oh hey, like I'm into you kind of move to do. But like in retrospect, I'm like, I probably could have handled that more tactfully. But like, It was one of those, like, this is weird. That's a weird thing to do. Like, you should at least consider the optics of leaving unlabeled snacks on someone's porch. Like, I could have been Hansel and Gretel as a child and be fucking traumatized. What if me and my sister got baked into a fucking cake in a witch's house?
Oh,
Don't be
cool, you're
weird.
on the other side. Perfect. Get on the lift in the center.
I would just eat them. For excellence of service. Raw alien dump truck. Raw alien dump truck.
Okay. So I learned this. It just keeps going, and there's like 5 of them. But this is the actual way we need to go.
I only went up to the 3rd floor last night.
To be the witch.
I would like to be the witch that bakes you. Why
Need a
the witch
charger.
that bakes you?
I need to charge my weapons.
I also like how, in all this struggling, have you built a shield yet?
No, I never use a shield. You know that.
I like how you change the difficulty before building a shield.
But I never use a shield, even if it didn't
Sure.
change the difficulty.
But like, they're not two-handed weapons.
So?
You got nothing in your offhand.
So?
We're using the same weapons. It's a passive defense buff too, I think.
Well, you can
No,
defense
never mind.
buff
It's not a
this
passive
dick.
defense, but it does it. But you can parry them.
But I don't shield. I don't shield ever. Any game ever. I don't block, I don't parry. I'm just
Okay, we actually
Block.
would. This is why this is why we'll never be able to play a Souls game together, because well, actually no, this would actually probably work out perfectly, because I am a
No.
block boy. I love blocking things.
Oh, I don't block, I dodge.
I hate parrying, but I love blocking. Just flat blocking.
No,
Oh yeah.
No. I get them iframes from dodging, bro.
I'm trying to burst this guy down, bro.
Come on, what you mean? Just fucking throw the moon at him. What do you mean?
I Miss Morissette's Ironic is a genius song. Because she's a genius, first of all. Yeah, no, it's playing very, very lightly in the background. I always struggle because, like, if the music's too loud, I'll let it take over and do my job for me. Dream you stream and say goodnight.
Well, I mean, I did say goodnight at the end of my stream,
Yeah.
which was 4 in the morning. It's totally healthy and normal.
I mean, it's only 10 o'clock right now.
Oh, I know.
I love that Floral and Nikki fell in love today. Soren, I like blocking, I like suck butt and dodging. Yeah, I also like suck butt and dodging.
You like sucking butt? Yeah, you do.
What time of day did you go to bed? How much pirates did you get through? Oh my god, that's such a good question, Woofy.
I went to bed about an hour after. And I didn't put pirates on immediately because obviously I knew I wasn't falling asleep immediately. But I meant
Oh,
about,
yeah, you
about
did
the
before.
same.
Watching ModCon this year? I didn't know that was a thing, Soren. I will watch that. When is it? That actually is 100% up my alley. Yeah, I would love to watch that. I know we've got big mod information
Oh my God,
coming
I
out
finally
this
found
year
the thing
too.
we need, and I don't have. I finally found the thing that we need, and I don't have the thing we need to give. Oh, I haven't found it though. Come on, give me this. Who is shooting at me, and where? What? Oh, over here. Weird. Okay.
Textbook. Now one example to rise is an example of irony. This is an example of coincidence or sheer dumb luck in lyrics. Irony is a subversion of expectation. Not irony.
Someone help me.
Dirge, where are you? Dirge, where are you?
Below you. Oh wow, they definitely jumped floors down here, huh? This is being irony is ironic. That's so funny. God damn it, Alanis. But Kevin Smith made you God. I'm about to die. Okay, gotta wait for him. There's so many guys here. Oh god. I gotta. Oh god, there's so many guys here, Pink. Pink, there's so many guys here.
I don't know where you went.
I'm underneath you. A guy just started spawning.
How underneath?
I was standing directly underneath where you were. Hold on, I found a stairwell up.
Oh yeah, okay. I wasn't up though. I went through the back way that way. Yeah.
You were visually up somehow, like on my viewing plane.
Alanis is a genius.
Yeah, I love her to death.
The DF.
Artistic a genius.
Genius.
Holy shit.
You find a new M&M?
I haven't found shit but a problem.
Oh. Well, shit.
I think I lost all of them. I kind of tell by the people that big my project. Okay, I'll try and keep an eye on it.
Hi.
Do you mind DMing me on Discord and just saying ModCon, and that way I'll
Excuse me.
put it on the list of things to keep up on. I would have loved to see her. You know what I've been digging a lot recently that I feel like I definitely got
Thank you for blessings.
got unfairly maligned to is Courtney Love. She's actually a pretty great singer. The prophet of the single mothers.
This is Dr. Derek Mans. Now that IS-107 is on its way safely, for a time, towards interstellar space, I find myself taking a step back.
She is talented. Yeah, I don't know that I love her as a person. But like musically, it's like wow, I'm a big fan.
If we weren't established and by and large esteemed in science,
Yeah, Doll Parts is so
decades of
good.
Experience and education behind us, this place would sound
Output container.
nothing less.
Wait, what's a pink?
Huh.
Is this the thing you found? The thing that turns into things?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're in the other room. So we need this one that's right next to me, right here.
We need anti-grain stuff
yes,
too.
and that's what I said. I had it in
we've
my
got a
pocket
hardcore
and
guy
I
here.
dropped it when I.
You can shoot it through this window, so. Yeah. He's down. He's down. He's down.
Yeah. So I don't have it on me after all this time, which sucks. Cause I finally found where I needed to go. I know. I finally found where I needed to go. Wait. Yes, I do. I have 2. Right? Isn't that what this
Now
is?
you're lying to me?
No, this is anti-light seed. Oh, okay, no.
Hank, why do you spend so much of your time lying to and hurting me?
It's just, you know, who I am as a person, I suppose.
Do you got a place to cook this food over here? I have followed the white rabbit. It is 3 in the freaking morning. I hope this is Wonderland. Dax is... I wish I had somebody pitching these abiotic streams as hard for me as Dax is today.
Corruption.
What time zone are you? What is that? England? No, England can't be 3 hours ahead. Isn't it more? Or no, it'd be 5 hours. I can't count. Don't ignore me. I'm an American. Of course I can't count.
Where is this? What is this? Nothing. Where am I?
Beep.
Oh, here. That's weird.
Thank you, Soren. Yeah, I will try and stream it. I'll put that on my list of things. I usually don't do like the big game release stuff because I don't generally care about AAA games. So like I tend to like Gamescom. Like I'll watch the Game Awards 'cause I think that's fun. But like a lot of the other stuff I don't. But mod stuff, oh yeah. Oh yeah. I make mistakes all until dinner. That's the worst with cooking too, is because once your whole little
Oh, when you forget to preheat the oven and like your whole groove is off.
Yeah, because you're like you're a half hour behind on eating.
On everything.
Because like
the whole process is now a half hour behind.
Because like I'm sure this probably isn't how you're supposed to do it, but I'm never like cooking like, man, I have a little bit of spare time on the front and back end of this. Like I'm usually cooking like I'm gonna be starving by the time I'm done cooking this.
Yeah.
I will crave death by the time this is done cooking.
I'm usually starving before I start cooking, honestly.
Yeah. Last AAA. Yeah, Silent Hill 2 Remake was really, really good. I just played that recently. I actually never played the Silent Hill games in the past and just played them for the first time. Maybe within the last like year or two.
Never Silent Hilled. I've finally Resident Evil'd, but I've never Silent Hilled.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I think I'm gonna do hard mode for Halloween this year.
Maybe for Halloween this year I'll do just like achievement hunting in Resident Evil. Now that I've played them, I'm a little.
Which one are you gonna do?
I've done 5, 6, 7, and 8 now. I could do 4. I could do 2, 3, and 4. I do have them.
I mean, I am interested. So I'm interested to see your take on 4 because I don't care about 4 in either form. But it's not because like I hate it. I just think it's an okay game. I don't know why it did so much to the games industry. A lot of the stuff 4 did I think was bad for the games industry. But it's like Skyrim. Like Skyrim fucking did weird shit to the game industry.
Yeah, people have like the weirdest hard-on for Skyrim still, like all these years later.
I like Skyrim, but I like Skyrim because like it's a good modding engine. It's not a good base game. People I think that are smoking crack, and they've also Star Wars the game. That's not the game it originally was. You're deluding yourself. Because at this point, it's like, yeah, the base game comes with like 200 Creation Club things, I think now.
That's crazy.
Okay, so you had new people that were working on the remake, Dex. That's crazy. Halloween Shrimp, Ancestor Dream. So wait, okay, so you're thinking of doing what? 2, 3, 4? Or I thought you did 2 and 3 already.
I've done 2 and 3. No, I own. The only one I don't own is the first one because there's not like a new one on PC. There's only just like
yeah, there's like there's the remake from the GameCube days. And they never dropped it anywhere else.
So that's the only one I don't own. But I've played 5, 6, 7, and 8.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Mm-hmm.
Research director.
Yeah, no, I think 2 and 7 are similar, and 3 and 8 are
The
similar.
range of material tested in there. It's
Is the way I look at it. And then 4 is kind of like it has a lot of the modernization that they did.
But we found a way to
I would be too. Yeah.
One of Lenora's crew brought
I'm
material
gonna
back
hide
from a
in here.
fungal region in
I'm
Antiverse
going to
2.
sneak to the bathroom and hopefully Ellie will.
Set you in a Halloween stream, Dare, to tell you a scary story? Yeah, I would love to hear a scary story from you, Floral. I would love to hear more local horror. Like, because, like,
The entropy delta is all well and good.
we've got, like,
From
Mothman.
the Antiverse isn't exactly.
Ava, thank you for the follow.
The place makes hell look like Club Med.
Yeah, no, a pragmatic ping's important. There's something very real about that to me. I do not like to be conversing with people. Like, I've got, like, my people I talk to every day or every couple days, and the people I see because I stream. But, like, you know, you don't always want to put somebody onto something and be like, yeah, I'm not answering that next ping. Next time I see that the DM's from you, nah. Ghost lets me in my room, as personal as local as you want. You are not the crazy person from Reddit who was posting about their personal ghost friend that I was reading the other day, because I swear to God, Reddit, that person sounded crazy as fuck. I don't know if I could handle that, Floral, if you're the person who has the personal ghost. Killing makes you happier, and another thing is to talk about it at therapy, yeah. Well, the important part is to be willing to accept the idea of therapy. Because I know as a guy, even as somebody who is like, I would consider myself like, fucking woke before woke was a thing. I still didn't want to go to therapy knowing I had like anxiety and depression. And it was like, bro, this shit's killing you. Go to therapy, dog. Nah, man. I think that's great for other people. How crazy? Like, pretty crazy. Like, they were just implying that there was a ghost there all the time and that they were always living in their head, and it was just like, well, this just sounds like an inner monologue that you've convinced yourself is another person. Like, it was pretty, because I think a lot of people need some help. I think it's hard out here. Aw, you guys don't gotta be gifting subs out here in the streets. 100 bad days makes 100 good story. Yeah. That is the most, like, yeah, that's like one of those, like, cultural axioms where it's like, yeah, that's not good. That's not a good way for us to be going. That's like if it bleeds, it leads, the old newsman saying. Like, that's not a healthy saying. That's not a good thing. Like, sometimes I hear that, I'm like, man, they sound so fun, though. Like, a stitch in 9 saves, That's a... wow. I don't even know how to interpret that. I'm just gonna hold that message, Soren. But yeah. Yeah, I don't... ghosts. That's crazy, though. Like, because that sounds like sleep paralysis demon kind of shit. There's a song I like. You like songs? Oh, hey, look what I just found. Refined carbon. Wait, you found it? Oh, and you didn't tell me. You didn't think that I... You didn't think that I deserved to know. Yeah, it's so hard, guys. I'm so maligned. Laughing in Turbo Z gets too many subs a day. I love Turbo. I need to switch back to Turbo, but I've just... Because like I very quickly, every time I'm like, oh, I'm not really watching enough people to use turbo, will exceed my subs in like a day. I'll be like, oh wait, no, that I just bought 3 subs. Why did I do that? But thank you, Dax. Yeah. That's how I know you're from the South, because that's not like a story you would hear in Ohio. I don't know how to react to ghost stories seriously, because I don't. Hi Pink, hi.
Dr. Mance, Cascade Facility. 091 is contained, at last. As long as we project a strong X-ray beam and it remains steady, it seems...
My legs are broken, so I can't run very quick.
Dr. Stern can sleep easy, but we do fear it may switch to another...
I'm full health, almost, and my health's going up,
I've started
but...
referring to it as the Layak, its local name. Even Anderson, it seems.
Georgia's a very unique state.
Home now.
Yeah, full hoarding ghost, apparently. It's crazy. Access to the inner wing. Well, I feel like I could have just... I didn't even have to come over here. I never even know this place existed. Hey, man. I don't have a fucking... Get out of here. I wonder if there's just like a state I haven't been to where there's just like the ghosts and warlocks just running around. Like, you ever think about that? Like, maybe, yeah, like you know, like everyone's like, yeah, you know what? I actually don't know anyone from North Dakota, right? Yeah. Those. Yeah. Where are you? Where is this? Oh yeah, because you refuse to make a shield. That's the only reason why it makes me angry, is because you're ignoring a mechanic. I've had... Yeah, I mean, yeah, but like, you could also, like, yes, okay, yeah, that... I'm gonna... yeah, no, yeah, at this juncture, you do not, I guess, or... I guess I'll throw out my shield then. So real. Made to say not Ohio. Followed the White Rabbit. This is, what was this, Wonderland? I don't know. I've read a lot of Wonderland adjacent material, and like maybe in my 20s when I was doing DMT. But like, I think this is more like a old folks home. This is an old folks home, a gamer old folks home. Are you talking to Pink? She's on BRB on my screen. Did you not? Have you been stuck on your BRB screen?
Yes, I pushed the button and I don't know why it didn't switch
How many
over.
long ago?
Maybe like 2 minutes.
Oh, that's not bad. That's not bad. You're fine.
I swear I pushed it though, but
yeah, okay.
apparently I didn't.
This is why
sure
Stream Decks
transitioned.
suck. My Stream Decks are the worst invention, and we were all tricked into buying them, and even my friends that say they're good are wrong. Kind of plays you expect that crap? They popularized witchcraft. Yeah, but like, yeah, that's cool. It's what you. people shouldn't have been sicking all those witches, and they wouldn't have to do all this evil shit now that they're reincarnated, right? Dax got approval from the Carol state to rewrite Alice in Wonderland on her big sister. That's pretty awesome. Sow helmet? What is this? Sow skull? How do you even do that? Like do you just pick like a random one, or is there like just like a foundation, or do you just like pick a grandkid?
Corruptio.
To be about addiction, I mean that's very fitting with like the base, the base history and themes, right?
Mm-hmm. That's very fitting, actually.
Got myself as old as Jefferson Airplane.
Hey, lay down.
I fuck with Jefferson Airplane. They are definitely outside of my age range. I was born in '91. I'm a little baby old man. I'm aging out of necessity. If I don't become crotchety and wise now, I might perish. Yeah, whiskey that hurt my soul. I'm just a wee lad. I'm sorry that hurt so much, but that does make me feel a little bit younger, you know? And I needed that. Like, my hair's starting to gray at the fucking edges. I'm expecting that, like, middle... I was about to hit a middle-aged ball sag and my balls are gonna drop more. I mean, maybe in Wonderland. Probably in Wonderland, actually. I bet, like, the Cheshire Cat could probably do some crazy thing with them balls. If we're being 100% honest.
If we're being 100.
If we're being 100% honest. Okay, I got the nachos, which actually is needed for something that we've never crafted. I'm trying to make sure we craft everything to see if there's other recipes. Wonderland, the rabbit's here. Hit.
You need an optic lens from the blacksmith. What does he need for that?
Yo, yours isn't as bad as his. Wait, what did you say, Pink?
Don't worry about me.
I got it.
I've seen worse. I think.
Dax is the rabbit? Oh. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah, they're saying follow the white rabbit, like, because he, like, led them to your stream.
Listen, I've got, like...
I got your joke, guys.
I
got your joke, guys.
I am a man that contains multitudes.
What streamer do you really want to follow? The one who didn't get any of your jokes, or the one who immediately understood your joke?
If you can explain it, listen,
I'm just saying.
I am a vessel which can receive so much information and education.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is it? Okay, see, I didn't know that was the Avatar. She makes a good point. She usually does. Yeah, she's. Yeah. Listen, I never said I had good points. Yeah, Pinxel is the real network.
Send help.
So they're on like the nudes it evolves from.
Thank you for the follow.
Yeah, you good.
I think the Dragonite.
Whoa.
The humble Dragonite. Most underappreciated of Pokemon.
Oh yeah, you wanna fight live on stream?
My apolitical friend when I bring up Dragonite.
Oh, okay. So you want to fight? I understand what's going on.
You want to fight, dog?
I understand.
No, I actually agree with you on that take. I think Dragonite looks stupid.
Just the evolution just doesn't make sense. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, I'm a Mimikyu guy. Okay, I actually, that is an old head take that I do not abide by. I do think that the Pokemon company is shitty. But people who say that, like, they jumped the shark when they made Ice Cream a Pokemon and Keys a Pokemon.
Okay, we have a level 3 hacking device.
We had Rocks as a Pokemon. Rock with arms. Other rock with arms.
Long rock snake.
Long rock snake. Like, you know.
Yeah. We had Dragon Noodle, and then bigger Dragon Noodle, and then something that we don't want to talk about.
Yeah, Mimikyu's great. I have some Mimikyus over there. There's some real bangers, is all I mean in the modern design. Pokemon itself can go. They can suck a whole bag of fucks.
Yeah, especially like have you guys seen the Victreebel, the Ultra Victreebel or Mega Victreebel or whatever that they just announced for Legends ZA?
Okay, I was getting recommended you in that horny grass cutting stream. Oh my god. Well, that is kind of crazy that so some of the people, like I would say some of the people I've met that have most
Slithered its whole
influenced my
life up to that point.
actual friendships on Twitch have been Brosif, who I met in a Facebook group randomly, and it connected us as TikTok friends right after we both started streaming, and we did not know who each other was for about a solid 6 months, and like meeting each other a second time. Jojo, Rosa, and all them was from like a raid where I had I was playing Katamari, and my title was like "Robots in My Ass," more likely than you think, and they raided and oh god, the guy's there. Brosif introduced me to Pink, and then Alex I found from a Twitch recommendation of grass cutting sim.
Grass.
And he was
cutting
just
sim,
carving.
love it.
It was or lawnmower
Yeah, I know.
lawnmower sim.
Yeah, I know.
And he was. I clicked on his stream, and he was just
came out.
carving dicks into the grass with like 60 people watching him.
Ellie,
and
come on.
he's a sweetheart, and I was like, oh. They're like the 3 places I met everyone I know on Twitch. Okay, there was something I was gonna fucking make.
Okay. Alright, I have the level 3 thing, so now we can go all the way back down to the labs and we can open up the next area with the level 3 hacking device. And that only took 3 hours.
Did you make all the extra armor?
No. Exor armor?
Yeah.
I have carbuncle armor, sabatons. Yeah, I don't have that available to build.
Are you sure you picked up the refined carbon?
I picked it up first. Oh, have I not discovered it yet, maybe? No, I
was
should
gonna
have.
say, I saw it on a table unbroken and grabbed it, and I unlocked a bunch of recipes that you didn't mention.
before you did.
Well, maybe I picked up something else that you haven't made? I don't know. What is it? Leather scraps, Exor arm, box of screws, and refined carbon.
Okay,
So the
maybe
grass
it's one of
and
these
apple
things
stream
I
to make us
haven't
such
discovered
DJs,
yet, so.
but I'm A's.
Dax!
Without a mask,
You
gonna
don't
have
have
some
to do
pain.
that. That's very nice of you, but you don't have to do that. I
Well,
appreciate it.
yeah, all the numbers get shared between us for this, which is lovely. But yeah, I don't think either of us are particularly spiteful in that regard.
Yeah. You don't have to gift one and the other. Like, it's totally... Personal teleporter.
Forge pauldrons. I did it super appreciate it though. It's
And
just
same for the crafting bench,
then
just
I
so
feel
that just-
obligated to make better content, and like I have a cap. All right, like this is the max level of energy I can output. Okay. Wait. Fuck no. Wait. Fuck no. Hmm. I wonder if we can armor these. Okay, here. I'm gonna give this to you since you don't use a shield. This is here. You can have this. I did a lot of work for this. The thing you've been yelling at me for was making this for you. So take this.
What are you talking about yelling at you for?
You yell. What are you making?
I was discovering all
Here,
my
I made
stuff.
you something. That's what I was working on this whole
Biometric
time.
arm wraps. Oh shit. Thank you. Is that so I can,
You can use the
thing now?
SMGs and you can use the shotguns now as long as you have the accuracy. I don't know if you can upgrade those because I don't know if the armor's not very good on them. Someone is playing Megalovania on the keyboard. What's a Megalovania?
Like Megalovania or Megalomania? Like the Incubus song.
I don't know either song.
So look, so did you hear what I said about the teleporter?
I can't use looking to hear things now. That's not a skill I have.
With personal teleporter, when synced with a crafting bench, this device can teleport the user there once per charge.
Oh.
So it's like a free home fast travel, but you have to charge it every time you get home.
Oh no, Floral, that's like outside of my realm of knowledge. Undertale and whatever Homestuck kind of shit you got from your generation, and that's not. Yeah, I can't help you with that. I don't know any of that stuff. I like how I shoot it away. Like no.
No. I don't do that.
I didn't like Undertale when it was Earthbound.
I don't do that.
I get it. Maybe I would have played it at a different time in my life. I probably would have. Yes, I understand. Yeah, Ness from Earthbound, Skeleton, and Undertale. That guy, yeah.
Okay.
You know what this game could use?
What?
An uncrafted tab, because it's got the blue marker for stuff you haven't crafted. Because I've been trying to go through the list to see if stuff makes other stuff. But why not? Why do more games just not have a stuff that you haven't crafted list, so you can just quickly go there? I'm making money moves in my brain right now for survival craft designers.
There's a couple things that I would like to suggest to the dev team eventually.
Like removing shields.
Yeah, there's no use for them.
Can you throw these in the fucking trash?
Why would even have an offhand?
Yeah.
Just let me put a pistol there.
You should actually show the scientist getting his arm cut off as we enter.
Just let me put a pistol in my offhand and I can just dual wield pistols. Run and gun.
That should be like a beginning trait. Like terrible like you start with -5 accuracy, but you can dual wield the basic pistol and other weapons. But then the -5 would keep it so you have to like super level up. Just fucking blast everything. Maybe give you like a recipe for like substandard 9mm. Oh man. They should let me do more things. Crisis, but living. Oh yeah. Okay, so yeah, okay, you're just talking about being cringe. Yeah, okay, that happens to the best of us. Yeah, whom among us? If you say you've never been cringe, you're a liar.
So I think the quickest way is to take the tram and then go through the other way, unless you think going.
I don't listen, Floral. My knowledge ended at Sans from Undertale. What's Frisk? Is that like a Steven Universe character? Because again, I can't. I started aging, you know.
I'm getting older as this conversation's going on.
Is that one of your gemstones or whatever? Whatever you kids are talking about. Is that a grunkle? Is that a grunkle? Listen, I like tangentially know what these things are. I'm playing it up mostly for a bit, but like when you say like I cosplayed a character, and
You
don't tell
playing
me where
something
it's
for a
from.
bit? No, that's no. He would never do that, chat. Don't listen to him.
Listen. This is something in years of streaming I've never been able to figure out. Is like, I at my best don't know if my jokes land in real life. I sure as shit don't know if they land when I'm streaming at all. I have no idea what the chat environment is 90% of the time.
Yeah.
Like anxiety is terrible.
Like, are you laughing at me or are you laughing with me?
Or you even like, do you have any feelings about this? I mean, is there anyone? Are these real people? Am I here? Anyway, the rabbit holds the lantern. All you have to do is let him in.
I like how you just sing it now suddenly.
What?
Just sing it.
What? Yeah, well, why not? You know,
No. It's beautiful.
Listen.
It's beautiful.
And this is why I can't have confidence in myself.
I'm being serious. It's beautiful.
Oh, okay, thank you. I appreciate you. Of course, thank you. Welcome in. I used to live in your wall even if you have dad humor. I don't have dad humor and I hate puns. These are all lies. These are all lies. You've been fed by the MSM. Is the old man still here? Not mine. I mean, he's like a pile of ashes in the other room, but... Or do you mean... Do you mean Dax? I don't know if... I think Dax is still here.
The fuck,
Yeah.
Dirge.
Well, yeah, boy, he's not...
Are you done learning? Come over here. Let's go.
Come over here. I was doing so good at my learning. Wait, hold on. Do you have healing serum? Because I don't.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you don't take shield. You don't take healing serum.
I don't. I just go and then I die and then I start again.
Yeah. Well, no, you don't because now everything's just in your pocket.
But if it wasn't, I would just go again like I had been in the past. Come on.
Where do you didn't even stay here to walk with me.
I'm on the thing. I'm on the tram.
I hope this isn't spam. I don't have any spam filters unless SiriBot smacks you. Unless SiriBot gives you the old.
Oh my gosh, look at it. You have like a little cult in your chat right now.
Yeah, I've adopted all these people.
I know. You're congratulations on your growing family.
They're here at someone else's.
Congratulations on your growing family.
And honestly, they missed the really divisive part. But I'm guessing if they all know Dax and me and Dax are having the divisive conversation.
Yeah.
That's probably par for the course.
Okay, so we go this way.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say I'm like tamer right now than normal. I just actually, a lot of the times, like, if I'm not doing something with someone else streaming, I will have the news pulled up on my other monitor, and like midstream start mumbling horrible things. And be like, oh yeah, I guess the worst thing that's happened this week just happened. And then like 5 minutes later, it's like, oh wait, something worse happened.
Oh, no. I listen, these conversations, you can have them wherever stream you want to have them in.
Yeah,
I don't care.
I think Pink would let me do this in her chat. She might be like, Dirge, you're so fucking annoying later.
No,
but she would still let me do it.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, later I might be like, Dirge, come on.
Yeah, well, because it wouldn't fit the vibe, right? Like, there'd be no, like, there's no reason for me to talk about politics in your chat because it's like, I don't know, it's not like
Keypad doesn't
Neon,
seem to work right
I
now.
appreciate you
have
stopping in,
level
and Dax, thank you for funneling everyone in here and allowing me to meet new friends.
3. Okay, so that one
Always
doesn't work.
appreciate
Okay.
it.
So do we have to turn another one on before? Oh, because we haven't put the plant in that one. Okay,
Or Under
so
the Waves?
That one.
Band or video game? Sound design, I'm guessing video game, right?
Oh yeah, Under the Waves. I've seen that. I haven't played it. I think it's actually on my Steam wish list. It's really awesome.
Yeah, that's sick. What kind of game is that? Would I be into it?
I mean, I don't know if you would be into it, but it's kind of like an atmospheric underwater game.
Oh, so it probably does. Sound design for that actually is extra sick. Because like underwater shit, like it's really cool how people fuck with like the sound in situations like that. That's actually probably really sick.
Yeah.
Sound design in general is one of those things where I feel like it would be interesting to learn more about, because every time I hear like where sounds in like video games and movies come from, I'm always like, huh, that makes sense, but also makes zero fucking sense at the same time.
But also makes no sense, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, we cracked a spaghetti on a cat, and it sounds
like broken
just
bones.
like this creepy monster.
Yeah. It's true.
Oh man, that sounds heavy. So is it direct in the sense of like God, what was the first Bloober Team game where it was about the like the guy who went crazy? Like, is it like directly them stepping into the shoes, or is it more of like a like allegorical kind of deal? Layers of Fear, thank you.
That Cubit does why? I just got all these level 3 things and none of them want to hack? That's what this is, right?
Why don't they hack?
It just says this doesn't work right now.
Is it night? Is it because it's night?
No.
Oh, I remember when we opened this up the first time and then never went back through it. Right, is there a room in here, chat? Oh yeah, we got plenty of room. Stretch out even.
Horseman, what you been doing in Red Dead?
You know, I've never played that game. Like, I've never even, I don't own it. I've never booted it up somehow.
I finished the first one. I haven't finished the second one, but I'm going to be replaying it soon. They're good.
You finished
really
the first
fun.
one, but you've never played the second one, is what
No,
you said?
I've never finished the second one. I finished the first one, never finished the second one.
Okay. I was gonna say, if you've never played the first one and have only finished or if you never played the second one and only finished the first one, I'd be like, that's kind of crazy. But like, you played.
But they're not. The second one is good. Is technically before the first one, which is funny.
Oh.
So you could.
Exxon would be here.
For today, we'll be stopping momentarily. If you have any specimens outside of containment, return them immediately. Have a
Oh, you know people who worked on this on Abiotic? That's pretty cool. Dirge, get on the elevator.
Oh, this
quick.
is great. Yeah. No, I think they did a phenomenal job. I've got nothing but positive things to say about it. I like how I'm fighting this robot here. And I just see the fucking tram take off. I'm fighting the prison murder robot.
And you didn't, so.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I wonder why I didn't.
Sorry.
You are a monster sometimes.
No. Ew.
Hi, I'm Soulmates.
Sorry.
But yeah, I like this game a lot. I've praised it a lot for having the balls to be oh god, I just lost every train of thought. For being a level-based survival craft.
Oh my gosh.
Blair Witch, a Bloober project. Oh my goodness. You got some movers and shakers in here tonight. Jeez.
Wait, you really?
Pink, why did you tell me Envoy knew all these famous people?
Because Envoy didn't tell me he knew all these famous people.
Damn, bro.
I'm gonna have a conversation with Jason. Like, excuse me.
Gonna buy 2 packs. Yeah. I feel like Noodles is one of those things where it's like, you either buy so many that you end up hating the noodle you buy.
Yeah, no, I knew Envoy played it because I saw him play it. But I didn't know that it's because, like, he knew you guys and you guys had asked him to play it. Let me go. Some more.
I was a consultant for creating PTSD in a game experience. Oh my goodness. I actually think I remember hearing about that brought up in relation to the Blair Witch Project on something I was watching the other day. It might have been Grimbeard's video, but I don't think he covered that. What is that? I'm right.
Okay, this one worked great. That's cool.
Become Nikki's soulmate today, Floral. That's something
Anyone
only you could do.
That's true.
All
Taras.
corporations.
I'm glad Nikki's finally settling down, you know?
I'm glad Nikki's finally settling down.
See, this one doesn't work. None
You've
of
been
these are
wild on the
working.
road,
So
Nikki,
weird.
but Floral.
Dr. Stern last week. Luckily, we recovered him unharmed. Mostly.
Yeah, see?
Thanks
That's
to the staff
something
at
that
Tory's facility,
that
we have the
he
Taras
can't do,
cooked up in
Floral.
that insufferably hot shroom room.
Oh, yeah.
Please ensure you do not
Help people
disturb
find
the-
examples here.
Tarask I-core is what this needs now. Woo! Oh my
Well,
God,
no.
that's
So the first thing he said in my chat was something that made me think this guy has to be a sweet person because of how positively he's talking about his wife. But he said, "My wife thinks I'm more attractive than Idris Elba," and I was like,
No, that's not what he
this
said.
guy-
He said, my
this-
wife says I'm the
this
most
guy-
handsome person in the world, and Idris Elba exists.
"Well, listen,
Come
if you're more handsome than Idris Elba,
Come on.
the same thing. You're really splitting hairs on that one."
Just saying.
Pinxel said it correct. I know she did. I know she's technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. But I am sticking to my gun. That sign won't stop me because I can't read. No, Idris is a good standard.
Inner wing is where, though? It's not down. I'm so confused.
Yeah, down in the Ring of Fire.
Down, in an earlier round. It's so dark. Like, this is...
Yeah, have you found anything new tonight in the game? Oh, we found a lot, Horseman. Whole new armor set.
Hell yeah, I just opened this door.
Teleporters, new area.
Yeah, we have a level 3 hacking device
Just
now,
opened up, thank
so
goodness.
we can open up more doors. More door. Open the door to more door.
More doors.
Hello?
Oh, there's cold storage, so it's cold in here. That makes sense.
Yeah, especially when it's nighttime, it's extra cold.
No, it makes sense that it's cold in cold storage.
Wow.
I hate
I like these doors.
waiting for you.
Yeah, waiting for... Ooh, I just found...
It's one of those things that's
an
more
antique
stressful than it should be.
shotgun.
Like, just
Whoa,
hurry
that's
up.
very blue. A gravity dampener. Containment block cure. Oh wait, I'm on the other side. Oh shit.
Other side of what?
this door that we're trying to get into. Or am I? No? Oh, I guess there's just more of this goo. Okay. Guess not. I guess not.
Okay, Floral, have a great night.
Dr. Mance, Cascade Facility.
I hope you guys have
People ask where
a
we
great
found
Do me a favor,
time.
even though you don't- Ava, what's
I tell them
up?
the truth.
Sure, I'd be happy to.
It was recovered from a kebab restaurant in rural Turkey, where it was being used as a doorstop. The fact that it
Also,
is
thank you
by
for
a
using my
factor
Astarion.
of tens, the oldest known manufactured object on Earth, forged from alloys not to be invented for another 1.7 billion years, was irrelevant to the owner, who accepted in exchange 50 lira.
They need babysitting.
and a rock.
Sure, of course.
I have had to secure IS-52.
Back in the boys don't get in trouble. They need babysitting because they're baby dogs. They're great. They've been lovely.
Yeah, everyone's been great.
Boys have been like they've been so good.
Higher than normal,
Certain
or
phenomena
floating
would
gently
You guys are my new friends.
story of the megalith.
Hey,
Cube is
Hey,
not a toy.
friends.
hey.
Well, I admit to
They
it.
seem like swell fellas.
Swell us.
It is a profound and unique disturbance in the space-time fabric of our
Ooh,
universe.
what's this?
It's also quite
Live
glowy.
fire zone. Oh yeah, last time I went into one of those, I actually did get shot at, so let's not.
This is Dr. Mann.
Okay, nice meeting you,
Studying the
Clementine.
tensor
I know he's
dynamics of
coming
our
next.
corporation system. There's
Oh no,
one
4
particular
horsemen got here and we're announcing people coming next. This is like a Ghost of Christmas
description of the
Past
continuum has
scenario.
an attractive effect locally, which is
Because I do
to say,
consume a lot of
less
cannabis. I will be
unguided
easily
portals
tricked into
will
a Ghost of
ground their
Christmas Past
exits
scenario.
near other portals. If they weren't so unstable, I'd be tempted to suggest this could be exploited as a way to travel rapidly around the facility. I can imagine what Dr. Thule would think of that, unless it meant getting his coffee quicker.
This is kind of like eerie in here.
My personal
Very, like,
feelings when they
Fallout
get towards
in here.
firearms in general
Game's got
leaves
them
me
vibes.
largely underprepared to record anything of value surrounding 099. Dr. Pendleton and I had a frank exchange of views today. I described IS-155 as a knockout.
Aw, Floral.
Recent events in the reactors have
You're
brought
always
us
such a sweetheart and a good friend, and I appreciate you so much.
beauty to them.
And I love having a friend like you in a place I never could have imagined, like the Philippines. Who's just like,
Thank you for
like
the
it's
follow.
I'm so lucky to be able to talk about and share things with you across the world and have like a friend who somehow still has so many commonalities despite being so far away.
Testing is
Neon, thank you for the follow.
How do I? Okay. So I did this thing.
I've been such a bad
Hasta la
weed dad to my outdoor plans.
To your outdoor plans?
Whatever's going
Yeah.
on, it'll be something to
I just been this summer's been so hot. Like this summer's been miserable here.
That is true.
boson from a bath mat and
Like that's
sometimes
what happened to all my
from
tomatoes. I tried to plant a bunch of tomatoes and the heat just like instantly, like they dried out super fast, but the heat just destroyed them.
out
That
the
sucks.
window.
I should have. It's hard when I feel like with plants because I probably could have propagated some more and like.
Man.
Think the stars. All I wanted
take 'em
was
out,
a place to
play my
rest a few
part.
hours without getting eaten or shot or minced.
Oh,
I accidentally locked myself
absolutely,
in.
Neon. Have a great
Two
night.
PhDs, but you never know it.
I
very
always
much prefer
appreciate
not
meeting
to
more
rot
kind
here,
and
so
good
if you
people.
could help me out, I'd be extremely grateful.
And I hope all of your work
And
on your
I can help.
project goes well.
You see, I'm
Yes, I
confident that
definitely
I can
am
get
gonna
us
check
through
it
the
out
vacuum
for
chamber
sure.
to the
It's been, I
surface
think it's been on
elevator.
my wish list for a
In
little
fact,
bit.
I'm sure of it. If you could just get this door open. Resetting the system
Yeah, it
in
sounds
the
like it
control
might veer
center
more
should
towards
open these cells
Mike's
and reprogram the
sense of
guns
horror
on
than
them.
mine, because there's like a small bit of
And if I'm right,
divergence me and
it
him have
should give
on a
us
few
access to
things,
the
and I
rest
feel like
of
that
the
might
containment
veer
block,
towards
too.
more his stuff.
You just have to get
Because like I
to the control
like
center in one piece.
I love Silent Hill 2. I think Silent Hill 2 is a remake is an amazing game. I think it stands up to the original and outdoes it in places. But I actually didn't like Portraits of Fear that much. I
Layers of Fear?
know a lot of people. Layers of Fear, and I know a lot of people that received that very well as a horror game, and I feel like there's something about like family stories that don't resonate as well for me, maybe, or like
It could be it.
I don't know, or like maybe I don't know, but I definitely think that sounds like something Mike would be into. Cause like Subnautica, and maybe it's the water too. Maybe I'm like secretly a little water bitch because Subnautica didn't do it for me.
Oh, I loved Subnautica.
The sound design though is like that part of it sounds fucking awesome. Like, cause like I said, the whole idea of someone being like, yeah, I like broke some spaghetti over a cat to make this noise is very silly and fun to me. I'm interested in that. That just like it was rough. I think it was rough, but a lot of people loved it. So I think people were smart and correct in seeing what they saw from the Bloober team. Because again, Silent Hill 2 Remake is one of my faves. But I remember when I played it, I was just like, I also, and I noticed this with with mouth washing. I don't like having to be like a gross weird guy. I think that's part of my issue. Is it's like I don't want my skin to feel slimy. That's worse than feeling horror. And mouth washing did that pretty good, where it was like, oh no.
Like the Layers of Fear remake? I didn't even know there was a remake. I've played the first one.
I mean, they're on the... Did they make a third one?
I'm a scary game bitch, though, so it did scare me. I don't think it scared me. I think I was just so tense the entire time.
I feel like, having friends who like horror can be a double-edged sword, because I think in some ways it can help desensitize you to horror, because it's like, well, I mean, like, yeah, like these guys are idiots. Then they can play the scary game. And like a lot of it is just like, I think horror as a medium is one of those things where a lot of the stuff that really is off-putting to people ends up becoming plotty at a certain point, where it's like, this isn't scary because I know it's coming, but like that fear doesn't even resonate anymore for me at a certain point, where it's like, oh yeah, we're doing this, yeah, I knew we were gonna be doing this, yeah, the dogs are coming through the window, yeah, that's what they're supposed to be, coming through that window.
Oh, I was so close. If I had full health, I probably could have made that. Honestly. How do I get back to here, though, is the question. Hi, Dirge. Navigate to journal, which is where... Yeah. That's what I'm trying to go.
Use mouthwash. Yeah, I like a good mouthwash. Big mouthwash enjoyer.
Big mouthwash enjoyer, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Not the game, though. I mean, the game was okay. I'm kind of a picky bitch, though. I'm not gonna lie. When it comes to media, like I'll give everyone their flowers. Like I think a lot of games are objectively, they sit between a 5 and a 7, and that's okay. Or like a 5 and an 8 even.
So.
But it's hard because I think a lot of times being critical makes you sound like you absolutely hate the thing you interacted with. That's not always the case.
Unbelievable.
I'm critical of shit I enjoy all the time.
I'm trying this again. I think I can make it with full.
I believe in you.
Oh yeah.
I think we're gonna be done with throwing the mouse off my desk. Yeah. I almost like... I wish I wasn't as desensitized to horror as I was. Because I enjoy it a lot. I kind of want to remember what it's like to be scared. Like I think the last time I remember a movie scaring me, and it's gonna be a really dumb movie to say it, like genuinely, wasn't even the movie. It was the beginning of Freddy versus Jason and I was like 16 or 17, and my stepmom had really long nails, and she scared the shit out of me with them. Like right as Freddy's claws came through the screen, she like scratched me as a joke, and I would fucking jump. And that's the last time I remember being scared at a movie, because I was like, no, I'm not even sitting by you. This shit, no, fuck you.
I'm not even sitting. Yeah, I'm not even sitting next to you at that point. You threw yourself off the desk. Yeah, he just literally just completely yeets every time.
That's another reason why I'm glad I have a wired mouse. I do feel like it would fall off my desk a lot more. Just in general.
Yeah, fair.
I'm weird about stuff I like wired and not wired. Like, I like unwired headphones, I think, now, and then, like, everything else can have a wire. That's fine. I kind of wish I had a wireless mouse just so I could use it in bed.
Yeah. Oh, did I tell you about what I did the other day? I have, like, a whole setup. So you know how I have the Logitech, like basically like a Steam Deck Logitech version. So I've been like, I want to play mouse and keyboard games on it, but like it's hard to hold a handheld and play mouse and keyboard with a handheld. So I went on Amazon and I got a 15-inch portable monitor that just like has like a little flip back little stand or whatever, and you can use an HDMI to USB-C on the thing, and yeah, so now I just have a little 15-inch I have a little 15-inch monitor, a Bluetooth mouse and keyboard, and a little lap desk. I was literally consuming. This is so annoying. I was literally consuming it. I was right fucking there.
You were, oh, you died from hunger?
No, I was consuming the bandage to stop bleeding out.
Oh, they didn't have a toggle for that?
Huh? A toggle?
For like the bleed out time.
Yeah, but like, I was in the action of doing it. It should pause it.
Oh no, I meant the settings.
Oh. No. Come on. I didn't
You know,
make it that easy. I just don't want
like
to keep having to go
shields.
back to my fucking stuff. I just didn't want to go back to my stuff over and over again. Fine, I'll go back and I'll turn everything back.
Daisy is a more tense game than most horror games, and that's not the kind, because that's not the kind of atmosphere and tension you can build naturally. It's the kind of tension that can only come with knowing you're being hunted by your fellow man.
Open it again this time. I'm gonna do it so fast.
Oh, I made some quantum gas, by the way. Do we need quantum gas? Because I made some.
Got it. Didn't die that time.
Okay, let's look at some new armor. Tarkov too. Tarkov was scarier than fucking any horror game. Did you have your gear on the line?
There's zombies now. I just walked around a corner thinking that this was like a dude, and he was a dude, but not a dude. He was a zombie. Yep, zombies.
Never gotten to Tarkov. If you haven't gotten to Tarkov at this point, I don't think you should. TBH, TBH. A really good single player experience though that I found that's kind of close is Yeah, Woofy, I also felt like there was a good joke there. Sulfur is what I was gonna say, Horseman. Sulfur is a very good single player kind of extraction shooty magooty.
Shooting.
But it's single player.
That's 5 clearance. Oh, there's so many zombies over there. Oh my god. Dirge, what have I gotten into?
I don't know, buddy. I too enjoy playing with beavers in bed.
Alright, guys, alright. It's Timberborn.
I don't know. Pink, you're
freaks.
never beating
You
my joke
freaks.
allegation. You know this, right?
I do enjoy playing beavers in bed, it's true.
Yeah.
Dr. Mann.
Whom among us?
The tub.
Whom among us?
Hi, DJ.
Hi, DJ.
The heebie-jeebies, and it's uniquely dangerous. We've locked it in a cell, and that seems to work well enough. It doesn't liquefy or slip through drains, as Tang feared. To anyone considering study, investigation, or indeed
How are you, DJ?
every morning,
How's stream going? Good.
IS 018. I can advise only caution.
We've been making...
Consider this
I've
piece
been
of
making
furniture
progress. I don't know
tool
where
of
Dirge even
assassination.
is.
No less
We've
to
been
be
making
something
friends.
arcane.
You have been making... I'm so proud of you, actually. You have been making so many...
Also, I made you. What?
I'm fucking
Are you-
with you.
Are you shooting a nice gun right now?
No.
Do you have a nice gun in your hands?
Yeah, but I'm not shooting it.
Okay. Why do you have that nice gun? Why can you? How'd that get there, huh?
Well, I just found the
I slaved away murdering robots silently and people for hours to surprise you with a gift.
To surprise me?
I've literally been building towards making those since last night. And I forgot what I was doing several times, but that has been my goal the whole time, genuinely. I was like, oh, I'm gonna make these. These are the thing we need because Pink keeps saying we need an upgrade.
It's okay, it's okay. I built the hacker device, so you built the thingy thing. It's all good.
You built all the stuff to escape me and run away. Well, I built things to keep you safe.
Yes. Precisely. Button.
I'm coming down there and I'm gonna throw a skull at you.
You fucking wish.
Yeah, you know what I made for myself? Bionic legs, so.
Oh my god, I'm in a furniture store full of zombies. Is this?
Oh, another portal.
Wait, is this like Left 4 Dead?
You ever know where he is?
Dead Rising?
Girl,
Left
make
4
her.
Dead?
No, Woofy. I offered. She said I won't use it.
What? Make me a shield? No, why? I don't need a shield.
She changed the difficulty instead of using a shield.
Come on! I didn't change that though.
Oh, wait. I didn't. That's true. That's true. I'm such a mean friend.
I don't know why I keep playing games with you sometimes.
Because it's fun. You're enjoying yourself. Don't lie. Don't you lie, you little cheaty.
It actually scared me. He came out of nowhere.
Well, you also, I think part of the problem is you don't have Broseph to back up the cheating. And amp up the cheating.
Well, it's not cheating. I just didn't want to continue to have to go and get my loot and spend the entire stream just going and getting my loot over and over again. I wanted to progress. I'm just saying before everyone's like Pink's TD, because everyone's gonna be like Pink's TD.
I just want everyone to know that those very understandable accessibility changes that the developers included are there. And Pink's using them instead of a shield.
Exactly. I'm just saying, they're there for a reason, and we should take advantage of them because this is how the devs.
I mean, like,
the
like
devs
genuinely,
wanted the game
it does
to
make
be played,
sense.
you know.
Because otherwise, like, yeah, like not everybody necessarily when you're streaming wants to see you just grinding everything out a million times, and that is a distinction you are more. It's called hack. We're hacking the game.
She's
we're big hackers.
She's hacking, bro. She's hacking. Bro, I can't see and fight at the same time. Well, I could if I use the other gun, but I can't use that right this second.
Ouch, 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 ouch. Stop. I'm working. I'm working, sir.
A lump of coal, that's funny.
Yes. No, that's true. Well, no, it's wait, hold on, wait, was that not, hold on, was that not a thing that happened in the real world where somebody said they were giving themselves privilege when they were cheating in a game? Was this not a thing? This happened? Am I hallucinating? Am I dreaming this? Is this a bit we've done before? I'm getting deja vu.
I don't know that one. No, I don't want this. I want that, yeah.
Ow, dude, no shooties.
Bruh.
Oh, no shooties. Oh, you're right there. Of you.
There's 2 more left. Okay. Where have I not gone yet? Am I on this way yet? I have. Ooh, I see one.
How long do you think, like where would you hole up here if you were here in real life?
Where? Where? In this mall or in this lab?
In this, well, but you know, like the places we've seen so far, any of them.
And I'm not. I'm serious. I would the aquarium.
Aquarium?
The aquarium, yeah. Hell yeah.
I mean, yeah. Radiation vest. 7, 10. Heat resistance. Did my commercial break run yet?
You've lingered through an apocalypse. Amazing.
I have to go piss.
Go piss, girl.
Yeah, I'm gonna run a quick ad. I don't know when my last one was. I'm just gonna run a 2-minute.
What is this?
Seek fluid intake immediately.
I'm inside the room now? I'm inside the control center. Nice. Doesn't seem to work. Of course, none of them ever fucking work. hydrate and a stretch. I can do that. Oh, have you ever stretched so well that you like saw stars? Oh, that was just what happened there. That stretch was good. Tarask. From stretching too hard? Yeah, it's funny. Oh gosh. Okay. Alright, I need to get this stuff. Alright, what can I get rid of? What can I get rid of? So I can eat those. And then I can craft this. So this.
Kitty is running away from me.
Baby boy. Baby boy.
Ice cream.
No?
What tomato?
Oh,
Hollow
he
Knight
wants
and
to
get a
play.
controller.
He wants to play. I should hydrate.
Oh my gosh, there's a bunch of stuff we're gonna need in here to fix. It's full of furniture, lol. Layak essence.
Oh,
4
dear.
Layak essences.
What on earth?
I haven't tried this yet. Let's turn off the
How do you fight these dudes? How do you fight these dudes? I don't know how to fight those things.
Power services for today will be stopping momentarily. If you have any specimens outside of the unit, return them.
Now I want Taco Bell? Oh man. Taco Bell ad. Oh wait, and now I'm back here.
Not gonna play?
What a cutie. Oh, he was crawling under the bed. Thought he went to play.
Reset the security system, but where? How? Do I need those Layak essences? Is that how we do that? Where's my...
Which essences? From the, balloon guys
Okay, so it says,
that we have yet to
the
kill.
way forward is blocked by some kind of X-ray field. I may be able to jam the system by putting in something that responds. Yeah. So, and then there's 4 slots for Layak essence. And Layak is those, yeah, those floaty guys that are like, and like suck you off. Yeah, I fucking said it, chat. Shut up.
They suck us off?
Yes. They're like, yes. With their little suckies.
Damn. Big suckies.
Big suckies. my god, this has all been when the power's been on? That's crazy. Everyone is very dead. Like, so dead.
Just use the light on your gun or your headlamp that I'm sure you made.
Yeah, totally those things. Yeah, totally those things.
Classic gamers.
Noise hair. Hey, thanks. Hi, Ray. How
You
are
know
you?
the Rizzler?
The Rizzler. That's
Yeah,
Ray.
you're just throwing all these famous people today.
That's Ray. He is pretty famous, though.
The Rizzler, yes. How many booms does Pink's hair get today?
Why?
Hello. I'm just a silly little guy. Boom kaboom! Damn, Pink. Okay.
Wow.
I haven't really, I hadn't checked, but
Wow.
all day, every day. Wow. Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh.
I'm blushing for you, Pink, because like, wow. See compliments.
Not allowed, but you know.
Oh wow. Oh my god, it took forever. Well, it probably started with the preheat. Oh my goodness, yeah. Is this Half-Life? Yes. The first person to think that. Yes. Ooh, Pink, have you played Half-Life?
I think I played Half-Life 2 like forever ago. Like in a like one of those old like computer arcade things when you'd pay by the hour.
Okay, let's not do this.
Turkey meatballs. A meatball. Reset the security system. We have to kill those low-act things. I don't fucking know what to do with that.
In what I would call a world of hurt. Wait, can you stand on top of the tram and send it up a level?
I don't know. But I'm not there anymore. I'm down one more level and across in the room with the green stuff that's leaking. That door is now open. Cream cheese icing on carrot cake. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Where's the robot? Is the robot back in his little room yet? Okay. There we go.
Raspberry cheesecake sounds so good.
Oh my gosh, that does sound good. That does sound really good. So, Ray, How are the beavers? What's the beeve
How
situation?
fascinating.
How's that beeve doing?
Layak essence. Like it.
Alert.
Oh, this doesn't
There has
work.
been a complete containment failure. Please make your way to defense sector by
Okay, let's see if we can make a bigger crate to put over
Have an
here.
efficient and effective day.
She does have some good sweet treats, but she just, my whole life she's never been a big sweet treat person. So she just naturally doesn't really eat a lot of them, but she does like to bake, so we get a lot of that kind of stuff, like cakes and pies and stuff like that for holidays. It's not open from this side. Okay. Side.
All right, night, DJ.
DJ, you going to bed? Have a wonderful night. I love the bees, but I think I hit a wall. Made a colony is very happy control power underground. So laggy, and everything you add is more calculations. Robo bees, so it's painful. Every season or autosave is 4 minutes. That's crazy. Yeah, you need a beef break.
Corruptio.
Assistance!
You son of a
Anyone?
bitch.
You son of a bitch.
Damn. Damn.
Oh, where the fuck this guy is? Where?
Okay, let's go back again. Oh, I should drop stuff off.
Oh wait, Rabbit to Wonderland. Hello, 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 hello. Alright.
And everyone was like, yep, get an upgrade. Yeah. Yeah, yours is a little rough. Yours, I think, like, is in the nicest way possible. I think yours is like minimum requirements for like a lot of things.
I mean, yeah, I think my computer is pretty low spec for a lot of stuff, and there's some small upgrades you can do.
Yeah.
They definitely help a lot. How I mean, graphics cards are the things that are really fucking.
He has a gaming laptop.
Oh yeah, so you're gonna have to. Yeah, I ran a game. I ran the whole stream off of a gaming laptop for quite a while, and it's that's a hard life to live. I feel it very personally.
Oh yeah, I started my stream off a laptop too.
Yeah. Asus Republic of Gamer, respect.
I know, the idea was to 1, play Baldur's Gate, and 2, just make it work until I can get a real computer. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's like, honestly, I wish I had an up-to-date laptop, because there's a lot of things I would use a laptop for.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Just for, like, being able to sit at other places in my house.
Beavers and Marvel Rivals are the only thing that have been a problem. And your space. Every time you want to play something, you have to delete something.
Can still answer the pain. Doing still. That's so funny. Hell yeah. Beavers and Marv Rivals. Yeah. Marvel Rivals, I feel like, has some very, very, really weird shit going on. Because for some people it runs flawlessly, and for some people it runs terribly, and it seems completely independent of hardware.
Yeah, I don't have any issues with Marvel Rivals, but I know a lot of people who do.
Yeah, I know tons of people who have perfectly good systems that have had issues. Yeah, I need more storage space. That's something I need to. Doink is a goat. How I mean, I gotta trust you all on your word. You've all been good so far. Everyone's been nothing but a blessing tonight. Happy to be here. We answer. Rules are rules. Oh man.
Rules are rules. Rules are
You know the rules, and so do I. You're in a safe place, relatively speaking. This dude's punching my crafting bench.
I know. I love that.
Like, what do you mean? Like, you can't give me that message
about
as
this
somebody's
is safe.
like. Yeah, like, there's nothing. We need like 1,000,000 sandbags.
They just break them. Thank you so much for the follow. You guys don't need to
broke
come
my
over
leg.
here
I
just
have
because
robot
you're
legs. You're not
hanging
supposed to be able
out
to break
over
them.
I recognize Pinx. See, okay. See, now I don't feel so bad. I was like, you guys don't need to like come over here because you're hanging out with Dirge. But yeah, I definitely, yeah, I know Envoy for sure.
Where is it?
Yeah, I barely know Envoy, and I only know Envoy because of you.
Yeah, I love Envoy. He's good people. Haha, everyone loves you. Ha ha.
Fucking nerd.
Ava, drag us to Envoy stream.
From your folly.
That's like, that's legit though. That's like real community. Like, that's legit. People are like, this is my friend, and they stream, and then you should go see their friend who streams, and then you should see their friend who, like, that's what's up.
I think that's why I always say that the biggest problem with Twitch is Twitch itself does nothing to expand its own audience. Like, they don't try to make their market share bigger,
behind
and
the
that's
camera.
why. Which,
Blah, 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 blah.
bubble, 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 bubble.
Blah, 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 blah.
Okay, I need...
That's what you do if you didn't. I wouldn't know anyone else. It's true.
Yeah.
Got my drink after work, fell off my car and exploded. So I stopped at Cumbies. Oh, you can't say Cumbies. We were just talking about Cumbies. You can't say Cumbies. Cumbies.
Oh man, I forgot you guys were Cumbies people. Yeah.
Cumbies people. Yeah, that's
Team Cumbies.
That's
my
actually that's my nickname. Cumbies people. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, they call you Cumbies on the street, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Medical toxicologist. That's a cool fucking degree set.
Whoa.
Cumbies people.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Whoa. This is a good Christian Minecraft server here.
Yeah.
We don't talk like that.
Go back. Why is that against the rules? I didn't know.
Yes.
Wait, did you get auto-modded? That's so funny. And so, like, what? Like, how to react to people who've been poisoned? Or, like, how to use Eddie Brock's power set to become a force to defeat the symbiotes?
You don't think so? Shrug. I'm still gonna go. I have the Blasphemous app. What? Why are you leaving? Why? 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 No, you can talk about cumbies. It's just because, you know, it sounds like
So the
cumbies.
implications.
So, since Nikki said it last night, everyone has been like, cumbies.
Oh, well, yeah, that's
Cumbies.
because, like...
Because the implication,
That's,
exactly.
yeah.
And then, like
The most insane
Chaos
life
rated
story.
me. Chaos rated me, and they all know that I know Chaos
I love a good
IRL.
crazy
And they're like,
life story.
Pig, have you
I
ever
was
got
saying that earlier.
cumbies for chaos? Like using it like it's a fucking
Cumbies?
adjective.
Yeah, like if you say like it's cumbies time. Like,
Nobody
I would
says
think that
it's
somebody.
cumbies
I would think
time.
that if somebody said it's cumbies time, I would think somebody would want me to put a baby in them. That's all I'm saying.
Can you build a couple ramps and come over here?
I don't. Not at this juncture. No.
Not many people know. Pink and I used to have cumbies time all the time. We legit had cumbies.
I've heard of
Ray
your
and
guys'
Ray and I
cumbies time.
would cumbies literally probably every time we hung out.
Yeah, the cumbies eating.
99-cent snacks and drinks, if you know what I mean. Ayo.
I mean, that sounds like a deal.
It is a deal.
I'm not gonna lie.
And there was a time where you could bring your own cup. So you could be like,
Oh yeah.
I got a 30-ounce drink. I got a 40-ounce cup.
Okay, I'm dumping a bunch of this shit in here.
Wait, can you build rampies?
No, I don't have the stuff to build ramps, Pink.
Okay.
Let me look.
Bridge. Screws and plank.
You need a ramp or you need a bridge?
Probably 2 bridges
No,
would probably do it.
I don't have. This biome doesn't seem to have.
You don't have screws and.
How interested are we talking about? Like, because you're saying that to somebody like I was saying earlier. My freshman year of college, my mom went to jail on Mother's Day and my dad went to jail on Father's Day. So like I got like kind of like a psycho banger history, you know, where like shit was popping off. But I'm not against being one-upped on this the day of my non-existent daughter's wedding.
We could bring a big ass thing of Taco Bell, yeah. Or when we would like.
Oh man, I just finished off my leftover tacos, and like we've been talking about tacos all night. And all I want is more tacos.
Oh yeah, Taco Bell.
Oh yeah, mine's not legendary. Mine's more like romantic anti-hero.
Romantic.
You know, that's yeah, I'm a romantic anti-hero. That's what I would call myself. You don't like that? Deal with it, chat. Don't ever bring this up again. I don't want to own up to those words. Romantic anti-hero. Yeah, that's sexy. It's like Sex Panther. Oh man, I fuck with the crunch wrap so hard right now. Oh man, I love almost every Kevin Smith movie. What's up, Cheddar? How you been, buddy? You played this game? Yeah, I saw. You were one of the people I saw that had some hours in it. What did you think of it? I've been having a pretty good time. Was I? Is that the bomb the music industry guy? Listen, I just be listening to stuff.
I just be listening.
I actually think I am the foulest to musicians for how little credit or attention I give them for their works.
Can I make it over there?
I want to visit Ireland one day. See, like half of what spawned me. See what kind of crazy shit they're up to over there. I don't know if I want to visit. I don't know if I want to say that I want to visit Serbia at this current moment. I don't know if I want to see what the Serbian half of my family tree's up to. Probably doing all right stuff, I guess. I don't know.
Definitely.
Might not be the best place to visit. And that's where they tested out the new sound cannon to use on protesters. A little frustrated some of the mechanics. I think one of my biggest gripes is...
Let's go to control.
I think... I said this last night. Your crafting table should almost always be accessible instantly in every biome, and that's one of my biggest frustrations. Is that base crafting table that most things branch off of should never be an issue when you're going into an area. But other than that, I think it's a great game. I don't really have any other major complaints that I can think of. We ended up having to do a lot of cooking. We're kind of trying our hardest to blast through some stuff now. Thank you again, Dax. It was your birthday 4 days ago. How old are you now, Nova? I think you might be... Yeah, you're younger than Floral.
Do that. Thank you so much.
Big appreciation.
Set the security. Okay, so yeah, so we're stuck until we can figure out how to kill those things. Is it in our journals though?
Well, now you do because it's already done. So those things, yeah, they have
it's
to
already
them.
done. Okay.
Yeah, it's like actually chronologically, you are correct.
IS0091 is subject at all times to an electromagnetic field with photon energies. So do we have anything that does electricity damage?
Yeah.
So that's how we kill those things to get their souls. I mean, 4 of them. Rules are rules. I appreciate it. I just more along the lines, I mean, like, if you want to cheer Dirge on, like, you don't have to come over here and do it too. It's not a competition.
I'm not doing anything that exciting either. I don't really, like I said, it makes me feel like I have to do stuff.
You do
I
have
actually,
to do
like, I think the
stuff.
monetary aspect of Twitch is one of my least favorite parts. Like, if I could subsist just based off of ad rev, I would be so much happier.
Ad rev is so funky, though.
It is. Well, yeah, that's why, like, you'd have to hit, like, I've looked at the numbers, and if you get over, like, even, like, 500, I would be able to easily live off of ad rev.
That's crazy.
Well,
hang on.
Cause,
well,
like,
I appreciate it. I do appreciate it.
Because, like, I mean, I think the most I've ever pulled an ad rev, and I've never really broken more than, like, a 15 or 20 for, like, a average for a month. Like, I mean, that's still, like, $80 to $100.
No one's gonna understand.
Knowing your immurement
I'm so hungry.
to understanding the importance
Where'd all
of
the
your work
furniture
here.
go?
Ordo
They
subjects
probably
are
destroyed
generally
it.
benign.
It's funny.
They probably said, fuck
Okay,
this.
so what's the weapon that you're using then that has the electricity?
Are largely
We can't make it here. We have to go back to the old days.
Oh, I thought you had it. What is it? Oh, lightning
No,
spear?
I just know what it is.
Let's go. Lightning spear.
Yeah, I mean, unless you can craft a teleporter or something. Oh, also, I don't know if you realize how fast I am now.
You're kind of fast as fuck. What happened? You're kind of fast as fuck, boy.
Yeah. Yeah, well, listen, if you think the Geneva Convention is doing fucking heavy lifting,
Oh my
2020
gosh.
fucking 5, Nikki. I think we're pretending the Geneva Convention's doing shit at this point.
Thank you so much for the follow.
Terrible center. I am terribly centered.
Terribly centered, yeah.
Yeah. Gotta regain my inner balance.
Alright, and then we get on the tram. Rain, welcome in. How are you? Welcome in. Did you?
I do always manage to be saying something divisive when people come in, and that's one of my strong suits.
It's at this point I'm like,
fuck the Geneva Convention. Okay, I'm not saying fuck the Geneva Convention. I'm just saying that, like, I don't think people are really listening to it at this point. And, you know.
oh my gosh. Most things are not illegal.
Most things aren't, like, things are illegal, but they're not, like,
oh gosh.
you know,
the
like,
White
if
Rabbit.
you,
Hello, Rain, welcome in.
if
Dex
you,
has been wonderful.
I think it's as close as we're getting. Okay, let's.
Okay. So we have to make the two. Have to make
There.
this.
There,
Okay.
it's right there. It's at your feet.
What is at my?
The electric weapon is at your feet.
Oh.
Ask Canada how much of the Geneva Convention. Yeah.
A tech scepter, eh? We have to charge it.
Canada's
though.
crazy for that.
The dodo. I used the first link in the ping.
Arthur, thank you for the follow.
I do
some
appreciate you
rabbit
coming and
following?
hanging out with me and Dirge, though, all you guys. All you
Yeah,
boys.
no, like me and Pink were actually just whining about how nobody loves us anymore to the people that love us.
Don't say
and
that to
it-
people.
I have to live. I have to be honest with people. this is my
Don't
curse,
tell people that
Pink.
we were crying.
Yeah, it's really nice to see some like nice, friendly new faces and people hanging out and vibing. Genuinely very
so much
sweet of everybody, and like.
Yes, that's what that's what the whoa. That's what they said. That they knew me through Envoy, and then they came in and told everyone to come hang out with Dirge, and yeah, it's been crazy. Can I have this ammo, please? That's in your crotch, sir.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
This guy's stuck.
Listen, I glow in the dark, and like I'm a guy. Like I think I owe Pink like at least like 30% of whatever I do, whatever I get.
It's true. It's true. It's the rules.
I'm trying to pay it forward. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, thanks, Dax. I appreciate that. Teehee.
Teehee.
I kid.
The first
okay,
is
so
me. Ooh,
okay,
see,
so
I understand. First is
that
the
actually, yeah,
best.
this goes back to the Nikki thing of you're the favorite streamer, or I'm lucky. I believe that's exactly
I just
what
need to
Nikki
be
said.
somebody's favorite streamer, okay? Just
Yeah.
somebody's. That's all I need.
Yeah.
Dax, thank you so much. And there he is.
Boy, the
And
man
there
of the
he
hour.
Envoyote. Envoyote. Hi, Envoy. I'm invisible and I don't matter. No, that's what I'm saying.
Nikki, I was literally
needed to be
just
somebody's
quoting you
favorite
and
streamer. It
saying-
had to be you. Envoy, what are you doing? Thank you. How are you? I'm here. You are here.
Maybe I made that happen. Gold scam train.
Don't call it a scam train.
They're scam trains.
It's a
Let's
hype train. We're so hype.
Yeah, that is real. That
Envoy
is very real.
here.
Envoy
Oat as my my TTV likes to say it, which is you're welcome. How you guys got your Discord name of the Oatlands. You're welcome. You're welcome. Here and there. Yeah, fair. Fair. Oh my gosh, Wolfie, what are you doing? Guys.
Scam train, scam train,
Guys,
scam
come
train.
on.
You did it!
Thank you so much. 13 gifted subs, that's unlucky. You have to gift them more.
Yeah, you saying it's not a scam train, hustling.
Yeah, but like 13, come on.
That's my lucky number.
It is no one's lucky number. But I miss you. I
It's
miss
mine
you more.
because I'm a contrarian and luck's made up.
Fair and true and fair. I wanted golden. Okay, I'll give it to you.
Hey, where are you? I got some new armor for you.
Oh, cool. I have to charge the electric thingy. Are these gloves? Pants? Okay.
Then you can
pants.
have this. So you probably need this.
What? That's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah. You're welcome.
You're welcome. Don't forget about me. Nikki, no one could ever forget about you.
Don't you
The legend
forget
himself. I know,
about
I'm
me.
It's so funny. We literally have been talking about you all night.
Dynamic
very
doink, thank you for following.
Thank you for following me.
Thank you for following me.
Thank
You guys think I should? You guys do like? I mean, like, I was about to say, do you think I should do that? And it's like, no, I already do because I'm a psycho. Yeah, I should cut that and make that a.
You're welcome.
That should that be my actual follow thing
Like
about
my
the
voice doing it, or you doing it?
Following me.
You
I don't know. We just do both of ours. We'll just like off sync too.
Like in the Discord call off sync.
Off sync, yeah, and then sync cover band ran by us. That'd be sick.
Oh my gosh, that'd be the best.
That'd be
honestly.
sick. Off sync. You could do Offspring and NSYNC cover band off sync. Holy shit, I'm cooking.
Yeah, you definitely mean System of a Down.
System of a Down.
It's gonna help me get my stream back up and running. Yes, I have lots of pre-made commands on Mix It Up that I can send you to get you started. All right.
Oh
so,
no, not a sick kitty.
What was the thing I needed to? Oh, I need a charger first of all for this, but that's fine.
That thing will passively charge your stuff.
It's kind of cool.
Like mine was already charged by the time I handed it to you.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, it does passive charge and it shows the invisible guys. But I wanted to put on the gravitational thing so I could get long jump. Because you keep running away from me, so I've now had to transition into being the fastest man in the world.
The only band in the world is System of a Down. It's true. I know. Unfortunately, all these new people who have joined us tonight don't know the truth. They're not privy to the truth.
I don't. Pink, you actually do not strike me as a System of a Down head. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, do you not know the truth? Have you not heard the inside joke in my channel about how every band is System of a Down?
No, this sounds similar to my every TV show's a sitcom joke.
Okay, so I messed up one time, and I was singing "Let the Bodies Hit the Floor," and I was like, "Who sings that? Isn't that like System of a Down?" And my entire chat was like, "Oh, you're dumb. It's Drowning Pool." And I was like, "No, you guys are dumb because every band is actually System of a Down, but they have all these other names that they go by as because they're cover bands."
Oh, so is that like your personal conspiracy theory for
yeah,
butt
so
rock?
every band is System of a Down, and
Yeah, I mean, that makes...
everyone just doesn't realize that, like, Taylor Swift, System of a Down, you know, like Fleetwood Mac, System of a Down. Like, sorry, hate to be the one to tell you this. It's actually true. See, Doink knows the truth. Doink is privy to the truth.
I mean, like, yeah, I'm not denying the deep lore. I just, you know, it's when you haven't heard the dark words, how are you supposed to recite them back? You know,
Exactly.
that's what I always say.
Now you all know the truth. The truth in the music industry is it's all System of a Down. They just, you know, there's like...
It's System of a Down
There's
all
just like
the way
vocal
down?
editing and stuff, you know? There's just so many tricks.
So you're saying that the man who calls himself Toady is a trickster?
Correct. It's actually Serge Tankian.
Theology degree.
Just saying. I've opened
Turtles
your
all
eyes.
the way down.
I've opened your eyes to the truth.
I've actually never been able to think about Turtles All the Way Down the same since my friend heard the Soulja Boy song All the Way Turned Up and started singing All the Way Turtles because that's what they thought he was singing. And so anytime anyone mentions, or even when I'm talking about it, the whole time I'm just thinking, all the way turtles, Soulja Boy turtles. I don't know if I'm familiar with Sturgill Simpson.
This is I just want to point out, this is where you guys are choosing to spend your time right now.
I can get us through the vacuum chamber. I'm sure of it. But you need to find a way to get to the control center and reset the security system.
Have you heard my Tom Cruise conspiracy? No, I'm kidding. I mean, I do have a Tom Cruise conspiracy.
There's no
but
getting
not
past those
going to
cannons
again.
out there until you reset the security system.
Thank you,
Perhaps
thank you,
you
thank
find
you,
a
thank
way
you,
across
Dax.
the chasm out there without plunging to your
My
death
feet are
in a
kinda
dank
cold.
abyss.
Dax, thank you. What
The
is this
portal
man
system's
saying
gone
to me?
berserk, but I
I have like a
wonder,
little itch right here.
could that be just the shortcut we need? There's entries and exits grounding all over the place. Just don't do anything crazy.
Crazy. Define crazy though, you know.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
The creepers, and it's all Half-Life. It's actually just Half-Life.
Yeah, it is definitely very, very, like, it's definitely trying to touch on Half-Life for sure. I don't think they would deny that.
All right, I need this like
Unless it was for
weirdo
legal
to
reasons.
just appear. It's Half-Life.
It's a survival.
Yeah.
It's a survival crafting game, so think like 7 Days to Die or I'm trying to think of any of the other millions of examples of survival crafts we've played together. Minecraft, yeah, any sort of survival craft. Like you're trying to get resources, but you're trying to get out of the lab like it's Half-Life.
Like we have an objective.
The scenario is pretty much the same. You're a scientist first day on the job, and everything goes sideways. Well, first you mine, then you craft. I heard Jack Black said that.
What do you mean it's not a crafting game? It's literally in the name.
It's life. It's half craft.
Half craft?
That's what I would call it.
Half craft, half shaft.
Only half the chef, huh? That's dangerous game you're playing there.
Alert. There has been
Minecraft. You're right.
Oh yeah, no, no, mink, like the fine silk.
Well, it actually
Minkraft.
would be
Yeah, like
mink,
you haven't
because
sailed
there's
till
an
you've
E.
sailed on a
Well, he
raft made
spelled
of
it
like
wrong.
any
He's
little
missing the
rocks.
E. I'm just saying. It's not.
No. That's how you're supposed to spell it.
Oh
People
my
don't know
god!
that.
In the original Scandinavian.
Yes. Minkraft. Yeah, it's like
Minkraft.
if you get a bunch of little guys that are soft and you make like they're for coats, but they're also in
So
the
you're making
water.
a mink raft that will not.
Minkraft.
That won't. You
A
won't get
craft.
anywhere in a mink raft.
Craft, like a vessel,
It'll
like
sink.
a craft.
It'll be a
you know?
sink raft
like a
is what that
seafaring
will
craft,
be.
like that's what people, at least where when I used to swab the poop deck, that's what they would call. But anyways, a Minkraft is like
a sink raft. Yeah,
it's
exactly.
it's cozy. Yeah, it's like a very cozy, almost luxuriant fur coat experience. Have you ever worn a fur coat?
A fur coat?
Yeah.
Yes, I have worn a fur coat actually.
You have, okay, yeah. So if you worn a fur coat, it's like that, but a boat.
Right.
I mean, craft.
For boat. And it'll sink.
My
It'll be a
name's
sink raft. That's what I'm saying to you.
Yeah, you get your Minkraft, your rum ham, and you're good to go. You basically
materials chemist. I remember Tori.
Luxurious.
Transfer. Then what happened?
This guy gets it. Whatever. Then go over to his chat, just like everyone else. God. God.
Listen, it's a team effort, Pink. You brought the Minkraft.
Everyone just loves Dirge, okay? Everyone just loves Dirge.
Minkraft.
I'm supposed to transfer to Cascade. It's all approved. I'm joining Dr. Tanger's team.
Dirge, Pink. Oh my god, no, Pink's gonna fucking kill me. No, take that back. That's how you get somebody fucking hemmed up in the streets, homie.
What?
You guys MySpace top 8'd me? Damn.
No, the worst part is I will pull up GG streams and I will see so many of you motherfuckers in her stream and I'm like, I streamed last night, where were you?
Nikki, you're gonna get my ass beat. You guys do not know. I am going to look like a fucking cop's wife. This is not gonna go well.
Wait, where are they?
Jesus, he went there. Listen. I always get yelled at for that joke. I'm sorry. If anyone here is, I don't know. I was about to double down. Don't mind the. Don't mind me.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the people who know. They know who they are. Don't worry. They know who they are. Don't you worry.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Well,
Pink knows
Gigi's
I
on
love her.
vacation,
No,
so you guys are stuck here.
Is that where Gigi is on vacation?
That's why my numbers have been so good this week, you motherfuckers.
It's me. I'm the problem.
It's me. Hi.
You know what probably did it is Nikki's hanging out here more often probably got me attached to that Pinxel viewers also watch. I'm fucking symbiotic now. I'm fucking plugged in.
You know what the fuck? I love how many of my friends send me that shit, and I'm like, yeah, I know, because I raid you, and all my people watch you, instead of me. Like Chaos sent me one the other day, and I was like, yeah, no shit, I know.
I always hate when I see somebody like a really cringe famous person on the list, and I'm like, oh man. Guys, you're better than that.
I left his when you come on. True
Yeah,
fan.
everybody loves y'all.
True fan.
Plus, the longer you stay in my stream, the lower the quality gets. Like, per day. Like near the end of the stream, I usually progressively lose my energy.
Check Discord. What am I? Where am I looking in Discord?
Second link explained. Oh my god. We've actually though we've transgressed. The second link now. That's.
That's cute. Thank you. I'm honestly, I'm genuinely just roasting like Nikki and like Dirge and Ray and stuff.
Why do I get roasted for people loving me, Pink? How is that my fault? How is it my fault?
Like you're like, cause you're you. Okay, that's fucked up.
You want to expand on that, Pink?
Cause you're you, and because like, you know, people love you.
That's historically been untrue as far as I'm concerned, but all right, I'll take it. Yeah,
you're like, you're so lovable, and you're just like always so positive all the time. You have such like a positive outlook on life, and you never complain. You take things with stride, and
the nicest shit anyone's ever said to me. I really feel like you're just like trying to shovel yourself out, but like, yeah.
What are you talking about? There's nothing to be shoveled out of.
Yeah.
What? Yeah,
I get it. Oh yeah.
Very comfortable here.
Driver.
Oh, there he is. Gigi's not streaming, so there he is. Hi, driver. Welcome in. How are you?
Yeah. Well, like you could say I'm positive, but you can't say it with a straight face, you know?
No, I didn't say a single thing. I didn't say a single one of those with a straight face.
Earth. You're positively rude.
I would never. Okay, how come now we can't find these dudes? They were like stalking me all the time, and now
they were in the house, fucking my face.
I have a very important message to share. Are you ready? I am. I'm ready. Thank you for the follow.
Yes, big message.
Pee-pee oh my gosh.
That is big.
That's huge news, guys.
Dude, well, I mean, we don't know if the
chat.
It's huge.
The pee-pee-poo-boom?
Yeah, but it could be big.
I followed the white rabbit. I'm here. Is this Wonderland? It is.
Fuck.
Hi, Time. Welcome in. How are ya? It's a land, all right. A land of wonder. The PPC.
It's so
Wonderland. I feel like the raid video should be being played at some point for all these newbies, but I don't know.
Wait, you think what should what?
I said I think the raid video should have been played at some point for all these newbies. But
you just want, but like that, yeah. But I don't know. I mean, I need one of those because I need an excuse to fucking shut the fuck up for 3 minutes every now and then.
First of all, it's not 3 minutes. It's 2 minutes. Thank you. It's 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Thank you. Pinxel, would you ever consider being a ground type? No, never. It's definitely fairy type or nothing.
This place is done for. I don't know why you're sticking around.
It does kind of seem like an unofficial raid, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it very much does. It's an old trickling raid.
How many options are there? For me, one.
What do you mean? One for what? For fairy type?
What type would I be? It would only be fairy type. I mean, I guess, yeah, if you're technically counting Gen 1 through 3, it would be like normal type.
Well, so wait,
like,
you're gonna be a monotype?
Like, you mean to tell me Jigglypuff and Clefairy are normal type? Get fucked. They're fucking fairy type, and I hate everything that tries to tell me otherwise. Get out of here. Raid? Alright, hold on, Dirge. I'll be back in a minute.
Well, fine. I'm just gonna put that. I'm just gonna smoke weed, guys. Well, Pink's not paying attention to me.
I am paying attention to you. What would you like? What would you
You know
like?
she
my
doesn't
dear?
approve of my drug abuse.
She who works at a weed company definitely doesn't approve of you smoking weed. How fucking dare.
You fucking monster. Where the fuck?
Anyway, I'm gonna play my raid video, so if anybody
She's
who's
just doing
hanging
it so
out,
she can smoke weed.
so I'm going to also smoke a bowl while my raid video plays, okay? But if anyone's hanging out in Dirge's chat and would like to pop over just long enough for the raid video, it's about 2 minutes long.
I'll smoke weed. Yeah, I grow my own, so I'm always smoking weed.
Oh my god.
I'm all for weed. Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, I'll be back in a moment. Okay, so this is my unofficial
That's another
raid.
thing.
Raid unofficial
That's
raid unofficial. I mean, thank you, honestly, Dax. Thank you so much for coming on over, being a friend of Envoy's, coming on over, pinging your friends to come over and hang out with us. I really do appreciate it. It means a lot to me. Jason is one of my closest friends on this platform, and I really appreciate it. But anyways, as if I had gotten a raid. Hello, hi, welcome in. My name is Krista, or Pinxel. Most people just call me Pink. I am a variety streamer, and I play whatever the heck I want, and that ranges from things like Lego games, Nintendo games, simulators, shooters, survival games, and everything in between. I do have a very quick video that I like to play when we get a raid, just to see if this is someplace you might want to hang out, get to know us, spend some time, see what we're about, what to expect, and all that jazz. I hope you enjoy, and I'll see you guys in a moment. I don't play anime waifu games. I've played like 2 in my lifetime. Hi there, friends. Are you a human being with disgusting bodily functions? Everyone comes here for the PPC, the peak poop content. I have poopies for you. I'm sorry that you didn't get to experience the butts. Look at that donk.
Why are you so excited for this?
Oop. And I died. Oopsies. You can't do anything with human meat, which is kind of boring. Put your clothes on. What if you just like collected a bunch of farts? My mom? Are you pooping? I'm a big girl. I do Mordors. No! Do you think he survived? This is literally. Let's go faster! I died. What do I do about this giant ball chasing me?
Chaos, come watch us.
I'm trying to make sure we don't die.
Why are you looking so close?
I wasn't. I just looked down and I could see it.
Oh my god.
He's still rolling.
Cannibal swinging at you. The moose is running laps around you. Don't give me that baby. Do you know where your children are? Will you show them to me, please, so I can beat them up? I don't like scary babies in video games. I don't like scary babies in real life. Maybe let's not say those things on my stream. Okay, have fun, bye! It'll save you hundreds of money on your car insurance by switching to doo-doo-poo-poo. I'm trying to make the poop. Go, bees!
Bees! Get the bees!
Oh my god! What is happening? I keep finding these boners. You can have your very own Greg. It's soup. It's soup. Where are the Vajujans? I just want to be beautiful like her. I am Cat. I can help you. He's totally dead. He's just standing there. Just because I was supposed to move him. I look like the kid from Stranger Things. You can go anywhere on Twitch, and this is what you choose to do with your time. Okay, game is done. Okay, thanks for coming. And there it is. That's our silly little raid video that we like to play whenever people come and join us for the first time. I hope you enjoyed, and again, Dax, I really appreciate you coming on over and hanging out and bringing a bunch of friends over. It really, really, really means a lot to me. I've been streaming for a little over 5 years, and meeting new friends are never, it never fails to make my night, so I really appreciate it. I am back.
Yeah.
My little viddy. You like my little viddy? I'm glad I'm your favorite streamer again. Glad
It's a hard
I've
business,
regained
you know?
it. The what?
It's a hard business. You know, sometimes you're someone's favorite, and then.
I know, and sometimes you're not. Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Next time you're not
don't.
even, yeah.
I always forget to ask me. Okay. What do you forget to ask?
You know, what'd be so funny though, is if like they just left and then came back, and that's how they exited the stream every time from now on.
Oh my gosh, like there's something I've been meaning to ask you for so long.
Like that'd be such a great bit.
There are people who do that though. Like I've gotten some first time chatters who come in and they're like, "Can I ask you a question?" I'm always like, as long as it's not weird. Then they leave, and I'm like, "Guess it was weird."
Yeah.
Oh, it's not my mom, it's my monitor, because my fucking monitor fell over. But like, I scream my monitor, so like, it like gets cut out by my microphone.
Oh, that's interesting, because I never knew it was the monitor. I always assumed it was the camera that fell.
No, it's, well, because the camera's on top of the monitor. So like, everything just like flopped over.
Oh, yeah, webcam problems.
Yeah.
Try you don't have a little pole that it's on. That's what I switched mine to. Just
Well, that's what happened. That's what it was.
Yeah.
The Titan thing that keeps it like upwards and straight. Like it just like went out and just like got loose, and so it just flopped. The whole thing just flopped forward.
Oh yeah. That would be horrifying.
Yeah, and it was on stream.
I've got two on an arm, and I can just imagine if the arm loosed.
The funniest part is that it was when I was still streaming with he who shall not be named, and he was having like issues with his like mic or his stream, or he was like doing something, and he was all like pissy, and he was like in a bad mood. And so he was muted for the entirety of like me, like my monitor falling over, having to get it and like put it back together. I had to find an Allen wrench that like fit like the thing, like it was like a whole thing. And he comes back and he's like, "Okay, I think I fixed it." And I was like, "You have no idea what you just missed." And he was just like, "Oh."
Yeah, you have no idea the hell I've been through.
Yeah. And he's just like, "Oh."
Sucks to suck.
Oh. Yeah. What a dweeb, but...
Have you considered not?
Yeah, that probably would have been his answer.
I don't know, because I've seen a good dweeb butt before. That doesn't sound like a good dweeb butt, you know what I'm saying?
You don't know the half of it. The story's more amazing. Yeah, and the worst part, and also because, like, as you know, and as most people know, I'm very self-conscious of my body, so I don't show my body on stream very often. Like, if I have to get up and go somewhere, like I'll put like a BRB. I don't really show my body. But because like the whole thing happened with like my monitor like right there, like I had to fix it. And I was literally screaming at chat like, "Don't look at me! You can't look at me right now! Nobody look at me!" It's right, the entire incident is on my, it's on my Twitch here. It's right here, let me see. The whole thing, the whole like 5 to 7 minutes or whatever it was.
I think that's like right around when I met Pink for like maybe like 6 months after, and then I was like, I don't know, fuck, yeah. But like, I met Pink through Brosip, and me and Brosip are both just like, we both, every other word's fuck. Like I can't, that's just how I fucking talk. Like, I can't help it. It's not on purpose. It's just like that's just who I am. I think people who get hurt by swears are the weakest people in this world. You don't take little shits with your butt? You aren't born of a fuck?
Here. Wait, why are you being a weirdo? Copy to clipboard.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't hate people, but I dislike people for less than being annoying to my friend.
Okay. That's so weird. It literally like won't fucking copy this.
Oh my god, it's forbidden content.
There we go. That's so weird. That's so weird. It wouldn't let me put it in the chat in OBS. Wild. Okay, anyway.
We got any big long gaps that I can jump or that I need to jump?
Yes, I have one over here that we need.
Oh, where is it? I built the gear for it. This is what I'm built for. Is it on the thing with the stuff?
Okay, so take the big lift, and then you're going to the second floor, and you're going through the room with the green goo and that one monster that like you already killed. And I'll wait right here. Yes, I have heard of Mindhunters. I've never watched it, but I have heard of it, yeah.
My monitor!
My monitor!
Yeah, that's one of my favorite clips. That's an all-time banger.
Yeah, it's a good one. Now I really love your little viddy. Yeah, you can see the full clips of everything that's in the video. Yeah. Yeah, it is what it is.
Oh, I mean, if you go back through mine, like, yeah, you've got some longtime friends and fans that won't even speak to me now.
Yeah. Samesies.
Like, I mean, like,
Besties.
like most was I've known since high school, and we don't speak anymore because he stalked me on Reddit and read a post where I said that I have a personal friend who I think voted for Donald Trump just because of Joe Rogan. And he read that because I was talking about on like a political science thing, and I was talking about the impact of like but it was way more than just that, mind you.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what he boiled it down to. You think Joe Rogan's the reason I did this? You think I'm dumb, but it was because he stalked me. You know?
Cool. I thought you were like putting stuff down so that we could both go across this big gap.
Oh,
but
no. I said I could jump it, yeah.
Okay, so I will run through the bullet hell again. Yeah, we need to get the 4 things to turn the power back on. I need to kill 4 of those dudes, but they won't appear now. Now that we have the stuff to kill them, they're not fucking appearing.
Have fun with that gravity, nerd. Yeah, that was definitely my approach to the situation.
So, like, what are we supposed to do? We have to kill those guys.
Build a bridge. Build a bridge.
I don't have stuff to build a bridge. I need screws. I don't have screws.
Oh, listen.
I know. I looked everywhere, though. I really did. I would have to go all the way back.
Just jump. Just jump in the pit. That'll send you all. Just go back to your bed. You're already doing it. The thing. Just jump.
But we need. Oh my God! Fine.
I'm bleeding anyways.
Good. Die. Okay, so I have a confession to make. I don't know how to do the upgrades and stuff that you're talking about. When you're like, put a light on your gun. Like, I don't know how to do that.
It's the second. It's the thing in between the repair bench and the crafting station. You just drag an item in there.
The enhancement bench?
Yeah, that enhances your weapons and armor.
So but
putting
you have to
like
have the
modifying
stuff, and you have to know what it is, right?
As long as you know the items or have the items, I think they're unlocked. So like for some of them, it shows me the next upgrade, but it's like you haven't seen this item.
I can put that there.
Like our chest plate and stuff like that has another level that's not the next armor upgrade, like the next normal upgrade. I don't know if that makes sense. But like there's 2 upgrade paths, right? Like there's an upgrade path I think on the enhancer and an upgrade path if you're just for like just base crafting.
Oh, so now this one should be see. Okay. Is that with everything? Like Ramrod?
Not everything has an enhancement.
Oh yeah,
And then some of the other stuff, like a lot of the stuff I'm talking about, like for me right now, the reason I can jump is because I have a gravity cube, which I made that as an accessory, a trinket. And then I've got bionic legs. Cube? Yes, because I was left at base crafting.
Okay, fair.
That's when you got your thing that charges your weapons and makes you able to see the guys that we need to kill. That's why I gave you that as opposed to the jumpy thing.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I know it hurt.
No, it's fine. No, okay, you're right.
You want jumpies? I get it.
No, I don't. I don't need jumpies. I just was exploring.
I know, but I can't. Yeah, no, I had to that's why I had to use the stuff you brought back.
I don't know where we're gonna get another one of those.
Well, it looks like you're getting your. Yeah, it looks like you're getting your jump across this from the bridge store. Is where I would call where you're getting yours from. You're gonna take a big old trip to the bridge store. You getting yours right out at the old bridge store. Oh man, this is so cool. Wait, does it just open up?
What?
Reason not have a favorite cover cut out of Lucas, not Orlando Brown.
An electrical pad that teleports items of a similar type into nearby storage containers. So you put that, what, just in the middle of your base and just drop all your shit?
And primary illumination in this sector will be ceasing shortly. Have a safe and successful evening.
Oh yeah, I was definitely doing the fuck. Oh no! Every time I do the posture check, I reveal that this is the fucking armpit sweatshirt. Fuck! Every time I forget it.
Oh no.
Okay, but like that's not like I'm not the only person who's experienced that. Where some shirts are just the pit stain shirt, right? Like I'm not crazy, right? Yeah, I'm crazy. I know I'm crazy, but not for like that particular thing.
I don't know. You might be crazy.
I hope the new dog eats even more tortillas than the last.
Oh, come on.
I hope you never have a full tortilla in your house.
Come on. And he didn't eat all of them. He just ate like almost half
of all of them.
Yeah. Half of them. So he ate a quarter of them. R.I.P. Jack, little guy.
R.I.P. my little tortilla king.
Uh-huh. Exactly.
He moved, in his life, he moved very high up on my list of favorite dogs for that, because that was so fucking funny to me.
Like half of each or half of all. He ate half half of a bag of tortillas, so I had to throw away half of the tortillas that he had already eaten half of.
We need, yeah, this is the place you told me about, never mind.
Who is this? Jack.
Tortilla boy, who's Jack. This?
I like put my groceries down and like went to go do something, and I came back and he had like taken the
It was
bag
like
of tortillas.
it was all on. Wasn't it all on stream or like as you were starting stream too?
Oh yeah, no, you're right. No, you're right.
Because like it was visual. I remember seeing.
No, you are right. It was on stream, so he had been eating them for a while, and he ate half of them.
Yeah, he was just background snacking on them as we were playing like Pal World or something.
You're right. You're absolutely right. And then I picked it up, and I was like, "What the fuck?"
Because I remember you you were disappearing and yelling in Discord on my end, and I had to like, I remember looking over and just losing it. Because it was when we were delirious from fucking,
What are you talking about?
Pal World,
Delirious?
I'm pretty sure.
No. Never been delirious in my life. How is
I've
Yella?
never
She's
let a video game
great.
distract me from things.
She's sleeping right now. Guys, I got her a new collar. It's a big old pink glittery bow, and I love it so much.
I would treat that.
Oh.
Where are you guys all going?
Question. That's our job.
Kill them all. Kill them all. Kill them all.
Kills him all. They're not open from the side.
Oh, I did it!
You've unlocked an order. How do you open them?
With those cards, I found a card when I killed one of these dudes.
That's cool. What did you get?
3 gun repair kits and some ammo.
Oh.
Huh. An ornate key. Look, and I got another key back from killing these guys. Amazing. So now I can open another chest.
You got another one?
Yeah, from killing all those. There was like 5 guys in that room.
Your signs do not save.
If I had a body to stand in front of me and take all the hits, I know.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm fucking up.
Whoa, 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 sir.
Are there any pipes?
A man! Derogatory.
Yeah, usually is.
No, it's not always. That's why you have to specify.
I said usually.
Cracked shoulder light. Test tube. Test. Oh look, I can give him an anomaly. Beautiful. All right, I need one of those fucking weird things to come attack again, and I don't understand why it won't. Does it somehow know that now I have an electric weapon?
Oh yeah, it 100% knows. Like you've played a video game before. Don't act glib.
Glib.
Yeah, you like that one?
That's good.
Glib.
That's good.
I'm gonna BRB. Pretend you're watching Pink's video. Okay.
Okay.
So like whatever you absorb the content, right, that Pink's doing, and that I would be doing if I were here in spirit. But also imagine that on my stream, I have a video that explains what kind of streamer I am.
Right.
But like I trust that you guys know the vibe, and that you wouldn't need it clarified by a video. We're all adults. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay. Unequip it until he comes out at you. I could do that. I just like, I don't know how to make him come back out. Like,
-4. Please exit this sector.
where do these desks come from and why?
Tunnel. Have a safe
Why
and successful day.
do I have this? I should probably keep ammo instead of putting it in there. Only after you equipped your party? I'm not sure if it's like that. My weapon. For Ray's peace of mind, tell him you still have the Legolas standee. He's right here. I don't know what you can see on stream. He's right there. In front of my garbage can. Or behind my garbage can, I mean. How did I not know that existed? How do you not know that I have a picture of it on my Instagram from a long time ago. But yeah. Not the Instagrams. Yeah, no, like my personal Instagram from like forever ago. Hello?
Oh.
Hello?
Oh.
Hello?
I am too, because I deactivated my Facebook. And they're like, you can't have Instagram. And I'm like, well, that's stupid. You're stupid. Go fuck yourself, Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg, I'm gonna need you to get bent.
Zuckerberg, you can suckerberg my dickerberg.
Oh.
Oh. I didn't know they turned emails off for inactivity. Apparently they do. Wow.
Don't worry about me. I've seen worse. I think.
What to do here? Because I need these fucking things. Alright, I'm gonna look it up. See if there's a certain place they
Shooting
spawn
at me from you.
something.
Fuck.
Bug.
Okay, this is where we saw them. 1 trillion years ago.
Or Layak, as I'm not sure to call those ones.
I want to touch on a few things that I actually agree with you, Wolfie, and I feel similar about Discord. I think it's a very comfy way to talk to friends and socialize and meet new people.
How to get 4 layaks are nightmare fuel. They're floating tentacle creatures.
Yeah, I
that
loved
also-
AIM. I was a big AIM kid.
Okay. Is there a more effective way? X-rays. Make an X-ray tower, plug it into a socket. Make a layak. Okay, I don't need that. I need to know how to like make them spawn or something. It's not a door, it's like a weird squeaky thing that snatches you with its tongue.
Alright, I guess I'm back at regular base somehow. Oh, you were, yeah, you had that, that super setup.
Each time you press the spawn, your layak will spawn. Once you press the threshold, the layak will permanently be active on your map, and there's no way to disable it. After the first spawn, it'll continue to spawn regularly every 15 minutes, nearly exactly. Say out of line of sight, often behind you in a corner. So apparently it's supposed to spawn every like 15 minutes, but is it only while we're in the lab, maybe? Okay, Nikki.
Oh, we're missing one item for my shield to upgrade.
Yes, Nikki, spelled wrong, but yes.
Yeah. About Cumbies. About Cumbies.
So this way.
Corruption.
Okay, I'm back, almost back in the lab now. Hopefully this shit will start spawning again. Every 15 minutes, they say. Hey, why are one of the zombies in here now? Hey, why are the zombies in here now? How'd they get here from the...
They're everywhere.
The zombie portal? They're everywhere.
They're everywhere to me.
When I
close
my
my eyes,
you I see. Hello, weird creepy monster, sir.
Oh, yep, there, it finally happened.
What?
I finally was crafting stuff and got a new fucking thing. There's a pest wheel that you can make to use them for energy.
Oh.
At night. I knew that would happen eventually. Probably make these binoculars too. You're carrying a lot of stuff. Shut up.
Containment failure. Oh, cool.
The Gate Cascade Research Facility is one of the most secure storage locations on the planet, and a primary immurement site for thousands of unique entities, items, objects, and organisms. Knowing your immurement designations is key to understanding the importance of your work here. Ordo subjects are generally benign or passive entities, stored for the safety and security of our world. Subjects rated Sync are largely understood and low risk, while those designated Cruciate.
Let's make that.
I don't know if Pinxelbot knows anything. It's the robots.
It's right in sight. I see your chaos.
You guys are gonna break my bot one day just because it's gonna be like, I don't fucking know what you want from me anymore.
I don't know, Mr. Stark. I don't feel so good.
I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark.
Military scrap. Hey, you know what's really funny? You know we've always needed wire.
Yeah.
We have over 100 military scrap, and he trades it for steel cable.
Well, that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab 30 now, and I'll keep the rest because we can still scrap it down for other stuff just in case. But
true. So true, Bessie. So true.
So true. So true. Too heavy.
So true, bestie. So true. My feet are cold. Like it right here.
Okay. 14.
Okay, there we go.
Where is the thing that I need?
You.
Oh, there's the water filter. That'll work whenever we're
Okay, so this craft. Okay, and then this. We don't have any more anti-burst gems. They got all used. Okay.
Yeah, we're down bad on a couple things.
Yep. We gotta go back through the labs.
We need more of the grain for healing.
Yeah.
Yeah, the antiverse wheat. I mean, there is places we can grab that inside of here.
Yeah, we can go to the portal that's right at the top of the little staircase right there.
Where is it then?
Alright, yeah, we gotta go for a little grind. F it out in the A. Mm-hmm.
F it out in the A. So true.
A. So true, bestie. So true.
Out in the A.
Out in the A. So
Ayer,
true, bestie.
ayer.
So true. Ayo, ayo. Umbrella, Ella.
Okay, I found one of the liquid crystals.
Uh-huh.
We need another of the antiverse gems, and then... Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So the antiverse gems we need to trade the wheat for. So we need to go get wheat from the portals.
Okay.
Because we have to trade it in the machine. Alright, I'll get some wheat from this one over here.
Magnum.
Wheat.
Why are you loving me? Stop it. That's a cat. Yeah, that's how they work.
You wanna play Halo? On screen or off screen? I don't care. Like finish what we I will finish what you started. Yeah, finish what we started or just whatever. I could
Which Halo are you guys playing?
I could potentially Halo. We were playing the first one, but we were like doing like all like legendary skulls and all that stuff, you know. Where is it? Okay, gave me love, and then she's like, "Why are you loving me? Stop! Don't touch me." Yeah, cats. Cats, man.
Love them. That's why I love them.
You got a new controller? Gross. I moistened my other one by mistake. Please don't say things like that ever again.
Moist. Nice moist doily.
The word moist doesn't bother me. It's... He was like, I moistened my controller by accident. Like, no, you build on your controller. Let's be real.
I moisted.
Yeah, not in this good Christian Minecraft server.
I moisted.
Closer. Closer. Nicer. That's the line in the sand right here. No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
I didn't say that.
I would never.
Oh, what is that item?
What is it?
Canteen.
Oh. A way to store water.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
Sniper skull, new idea.
A sniper skull, it says?
Ornate hood with a pointed crest. Armor 8, cold resistance 2.
Should I have some tea? First of all, what kind of tea? And are you, like, normally a tea enjoyer?
Constant comment.
And yes, I like tea.
And yeah.
Then yes, you should have some.
Yeah.
Because some people are like, should I have tea? And I'm like, do you like tea? And they're like, no. I'm like, okay, then no.
Yeah, what are we doing here?
Like, they're like, I just felt like some tea. I'm like, then why are you asking?
Then drink some tea. Like, I don't, yeah.
I don't understand. A wild lechonk has appeared, guys. Lechonk.
I've been here the whole damn time.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Lechonk.
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 Ooh, Satisfactory is another one that I don't think I have, but I want to get. Do I have Satisfactory?
I haven't played it because I feel like it's
Maybe I did get Satisfactory.
I feel like it would be something I'd be into, but I also feel like it and RimWorld are kind of like one of those games that are like, you know, they're the same thing.
I mean, yes, but also I would almost argue no.
Well, yeah, because the Satisfactory is more management-y, isn't it? Like, it's more about production lines and stuff like that.
Yeah. I do have it. 0 playtime. Factorio. Yes. The funny thing was I was like, I can't remember if I have Factorio or if I have Satisfactory. Because I have one demo and I own one of them.
Isn't one 3D and one 2D?
Yeah, Factorio, I would almost say Factorio is more visually Beebs, whereas Satisfactory is more visually 3D. Is what I would say. What I would say. Yeah, like I said, I tried RimWorld today for like 2 hours, and all 3 of my colonies died just by doing stupid things.
That sounds about right, though, for my first time playing.
Yeah. You are literally.
I love RimWorld, but RimWorld is a game that doesn't do a good job of explaining itself.
Agreed.
So I understand bouncing off of it.
I feel like once I can understand it. I got to a point in Oxygen Not Included, which is another kind of like city builder type thing. And I got into a point where it kept unlocking new technologies for me, and I would be like, I don't understand how to use these new technologies. Like, I don't know what I need to make them work or how to function, or like, I don't understand. So I like would never, my people would like never progress in terms of like technology. And like, some of the systems are weird. Like, the whole point of Oxygen Not Included is that you're in this planet and you have to get to the top of the planet so you can leave in your spaceship. and there's all these different types of different materials and different types of gases. So obviously in areas where like the gas is like poison and the air is like poison, you have to have like a suit system, you know, like a spacesuit system. But I could never understand like how like they would drop them off and then they would have to recharge, but like they would get stuck and they wouldn't like walk past it because it's technically a check-in station. And I was like, I don't understand this. This is so weird. So people just get stuck like after they would drop their suits off, and I'm like, I don't. We should try to figure them out. We can rim world together.
Yeah, there's a multiplayer mod. And if you're both learning it in vanilla, it should be pretty easy to set up. Most people run into problems because Rimworld's one of those games that people have, like I have like almost 1,000 hours in, where it's like people play it, they mod the hell out of it. It'll be one of the only games they play for the rest of their life, kind of deal.
Not necessarily in that order. I can't cumbies. It's a problem. I've talked to my doctor about it.
Oh.
No, they don't have cumbies out here. They don't have cumbies out here.
Good evening. Today's power and primary illumination in this sector.
Outpost 2. I'm not familiar with Outpost.
Successful evening.
I'll remember random. I was waiting to see because I was like, I'm wondering who he thinks like is the deal down here.
Oh, you use the milk sacks for the soup.
What? Milk sacks for soup.
The milk sacks for the soups.
You can go, it's light cumbies, which you order on a little kiosk. Are you talking about sheets? Are you talking about Wawa? Are you talking about
Wawa?
Waggles? Are you talking about every sack deserves a wait?
Good sack deserves a good milk.
Wait.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Down at the Wawa?
Listen, as somebody whose sack's gone on milk for quite some time, speaking the truth.
Dax, thank you so much for the biddies. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I actually just changed my bits and subs badges.
Did you?
Coincidentally, yeah, I did actually. So do you Wawa then? Do you Wawa? Yeah. Well, Wawa's a thing, yeah. Get some water at the Wawa.
At the Wawa?
Hot dogs from the past several weeks. Go to Wawa.
That's disgusting. I hate hot dogs.
What? Oh yeah, I forgot you do. I forgot.
Yeah, I'm like a die-hard hot dog
Dirge
hater.
is very anti-hot dog.
Like, I mean, do whatever you want with your life, eat your hot dogs, but like, I got other poor people food to eat.
More for me. That's what I'm saying. Like, exactly. Sorry, you're missing out on joy.
I mean, like, yeah, I am too. It would save me a trip to the pharmacy.
A good fucking hot dog. I didn't say that though. Dirge said that. Now when the quote comes up, it's
Now
gonna look
people
like
are gonna
I
think that
said
you
that.
hate. They're gonna be like, this person.
Wow, Pinx eats poor
is
people
problematic.
food. Pinx eats poor people food.
I'll add it to mine. Oh no.
No, now it got quoted twice. Guys,
Oh no,
stop!
now that's gonna be in yours.
Stop!
I didn't think about that. Sorry.
No.
Listen.
Oh my god.
There's no way we have more than one case between all of us. I actually read that like it was the same quote again, and I was like, "This is no, we can't keep doing this."
There.
Cruces.
You guys are crazy. So many quotes. Now you will remember forever. Forever. Forever, ever, forever.
R.I.P. Kanye.
You will remember this forever.
You will remember.
You'll fucking remember this forever. But he did not say fucking. He's a lying 50-year-old man.
Okay, bio scrap. I'm collecting bio scrap.
For what?
I don't know. Because they have it.
Oh, I just didn't know what you needed bio scrap for.
Oh, we have a ton of it, you know. Just something to say, well, you can kill somebody, you know.
You can kill somebody?
Well, no, but like the oh wait, this actually they just gave me the level 3 keypad even though I have the level 1 one. That's funny. This is already open.
What? Not me, sir. I'm sorry. Goodbye.
Dr. Yannick has taken another incredible leap. I confess some of the mathematics elude me, but the fact remains he appears to have instantiated a temporary.
You don't know how to open doors. Oh, you do know how to open doors.
Not
I'm
just
sorry.
in space, but in time. There is no ethics committee that could advise us here. We are mortal man.
Ah. Nice. The 5th of November. We surely are a unique group, y'all. Don't call me Shirley.
Guy Fawkes.
Guy fucks? Does this guy fuck?
4 more to go. Okay, so there's buttons in the furniture store that we haven't found.
I already did the furniture store.
All
So
the
you're probably doing like another instance of it.
The button?
Yeah, because there's 5 buttons total to open the elevator.
Okay. I just wasn't sure. Okay, I'll ignore that then. I hadn't been over here. I knew you had been to the furniture store. I just wasn't aware if that was a thing we had done.
Shit, I might bleed out. Move my stuff.
Please make your way to defense sector. Any units available. Have an efficient and effective day.
Oh, here we go. Perfect. No. Really kill you. I need to get clothing scrap quick. I'm gonna die. Watch, I'm gonna die before this happens.
Oh.
Wow, I just skinned my teeth, chap. I just skinned my teeth.
Why did you do that?
What?
Why did no? I meant the guy. Why did you do that?
I see him. Okay, so it's not that. It's not this. It's gotta be the the X-ray thing that it's telling you to make.
Mm-hmm. Have you scrapped the porcelain key yet? That looks like a unique item. Or unique output.
No, I don't even know what the porcelain key. Did you get one from the furniture store?
Yeah, from one of the presents.
Oh, no, I got coal, I got salt. I got candy canes. I didn't get a porcelain
Not listed on the possible resources, so I don't know what that's even more confusing. I do think I am going to call it once I get out of this area.
Oh yeah, no, that's totally good. I think I'm gonna put these bridges down and then yeah, that works for me. It is
because
getting
we
icky.
yeah, we were doing pretty good. We went pretty hard.
Hmm?
Maybe next weekend we can finish this up. Or get through most of this, I would assume. I can't imagine there's more than 60 hours worth of content, even with us being dumb.
Oh, I don't know. But yeah, for sure. Okay, cool. This is cool. We have a bridge. A bridge now.
Oh, across that thing? Well, I mean, that
And
only
you didn't
helps
need
you.
it. Yeah, you didn't need it. Yeah.
I'm a little bit too cool for that.
I have to make it.
Oh man, this is a cool little puzzle that they had over here in the furniture store. I mean, I'm sure there is some hidden secret shit because they're usually.
It's hard to see too, because you know.
Yeah, well, of course I gave you the thing. The only reason I was like, oh, I don't know why you don't have the fucking, why you don't have the thing is because I've had that thing that charges stuff in my pocket the whole time.
Oh yeah.
So my shit's just been charged, but now I have like a dead headlamp. And dead everything.
Yeah, Dirge. Yeah, true that.
Well, yeah, that's why I gave you the really cool, nice things, because I'm such a nice and good friend. And I took the objectively worst thing.
How'd you get your medical degree?
By calling myself Dr. Justin McBadass on MySpace, and then shortening it to DrJMcB. And then by people still assuming that the doctor.
Oh, MySpace, yeah. He has a point.
Yeah.
Ray, do you have like early life tomorrow? Early existence? No, Ray. Okay, LO Cool J. True.
LO Cool Dirge. What was his name? Like Lawrence Cool Jr.? And he shortened it?
Lawrence Lance.
Lawrence Lance, wow.
Lawrence Lance Coolius Jr.
Coolius, yeah, I like that. Coolius is hard. Give up.
Oh, cool, James.
Are you rating out tonight?
Let me see if anybody's on.
I'm gonna read over to you.
Sure.
Oh, you have follower and sub only chat on.
No, I do not.
Yeah.
What happened to Saribot today? There's no way.
What do you mean?
Sari turns that
That's
shit
what I said when I
off.
went to raid you. Oh, I forgot to say, well, everyone who is here can hear me on yours, right?
Yeah, but
Thank you everybody again so much for stopping in. It was absolutely lovely. Envoy, oh, you have lovely friends.
That's weird. It said it wasn't in sub, but it was in followers, which is very strange. Like, I don't... That's very, very strange.
Yeah, the only time I ever turn that on is streamathons. The only time I ever really used that.
Weird. They're quite a wonderful bunch. It's true. They really are. They made the stream very pleasant and delightful, or pest wheel.
Alright, friend.
All right,
I'm feeling
friend.
eeps.
Yes,
Chat,
go get your
pink.
eeps.
Mwah, mwah, mwah. Have a good one,
Kisses,
everyone.
kisses,
Bye.
kisses. Good night, good night, good night. Everyone say good night to Dirge. Everyone say good night to Dirge. Alright, let me see if I have any friends on right now. Let's see. It's a little late. 1:30. 1:30 on a Saturday, they say. Let's see. Jade is playing GTA, which I don't really want to go over there. Vic, who we just raided. Blanks is playing Lies of P. My new soulmate, yes. Oh yes, Floral. Shit, I don't really know. Let me see. One more thing. Let's look at my team. See if there's anybody on my team that maybe I forgot to follow. That's... There's a couple people on, but... Alright, Raichi Pie is playing Baldur's Gate. A game that I've definitely never heard of. I've definitely never heard of that one. What's that? What's Baldur's Gate? Alright guys, so we're gonna go raid a fellow Firekeeper. So this is the raid. This is the raid thing right there. But thanks for hanging. Tomorrow I might stream tomorrow, might not stream tomorrow. I have to finish Expedition 33, but I'm kind of stuck. I'm kind of stuck with experience and I don't really want to grind on stream, so maybe we'll do like a little one-off cozy game or something like that. Anyways, please copy and paste the Firekeeper raid message. Good night, Jason. Thank you so much for your friendship and for being here and for your wonderful friends. I know that you didn't send them over, but I still appreciate it. Please copy and paste the raid message. Go say hey to Raichi Pie. And yeah, we'll most likely see you guys tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then you know how it works. I'll see you when I see ya. All right, guys. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your evening. And I am pushing the wrong button. There you go.